up the page and he's starting over again. Just in play calling language alone. I'm at the holidays and I'm thinking, let's take a look at the last 5-6 quarterbacks they have here, how they've treated them and how they've developed them. It's been a carbon copy. It's the same process. You guys have the same process.
How do we? Hold on.
Am I wrong?
Hold on. Yeah, you're definitely wrong, bro. What, dude? Like, what is you getting on here babbling, man? Like, this is why I'm gonna make multiple roast Dan Sillio live streams, because I want some of the views that he has, man. Because frankly, this dude don't deserve to be on fucking platform talking football. But dude, what is you talking about, bro? Hold up, man. Let me make sure my volume all the way up. Go ahead.
You get this. You guys have had
dude's on live,
the highest of highs
when
when it comes to loving a quarterback, and the lowest of lows when it comes to your quarterback. Now you're questioning Hurts. Look, maybe Reuben Franks is right. This ain't a leadership issue. This is more of a turnover issue and the lack of patience by the organization.
What is you talking about?
Has Saban ever developed any quarterbacks? Listen, he doesn't have to when he's won 7 national titles. College and pro are different. College coaches aren't there to set you up for the next level. That's the mistake, John.
Let's go through this, dude.
Started training camp. I think they report on this. Holy cow, we are right here, man. Saw pictures of Dak Prescott in a walking boot. Reports are Howard Eskin, WIP. The Eagles. His comments on some of the storylines about Hurts this offseason. Lots of stuff to hit on here. So we appreciate it. By the way, we try to 100 likes. Please do me a favor.
Yeah, let's give you.
Okay. Hit the like button. Thank you again. Daniel says, happy football Monday, Big Sills. True justice the Big Sills way. Almost football season. Love your work. Love.
First of all, look at all these fucking goofballs on his platform sucking the meat out of Dan Sillio's show, man. Look at this, bro. Look how many fucking goofballs. How can you sit there and just gobble up this crap that he's spewing? I mean, if you're a realistic fan, okay, just being realistic. You got some Eagle fans over here. I mean, look at this fan base, man. Shame on them, because look at this. And some of them don't know football, probably. Some of them are probably on platforms arguing with me because I can destroy them in a heartbeat. These are the fans right here. Okay? These are the fans that I rip apart each and every day. These are the fans on Twitter that I make them cry to their mama when they go to bed, which they didn't play with ec1 on Twitter when they want to tweet at me and make smart comments at me, and then I expose their little fraud little asses. Those are the fans right here that Dan Sillio has. He has little kids, man. Okay? Because, and some of them are just, casual fans, probably you just want to see how many stupid shit he says. No respect to the fans. But, dude, look at all these fans, man. Most of them are about 15, 16. This one was just on my channel, JM. I exposed him. That's why he went back on Dan's channel, because that's where he belongs. Because he can't talk football with me. He tried to tell me that Jalen Hurts was a basic quarterback who only could throw from the outside lines. Well, dude, he threw in the pocket last year. And I exposed him the fact that he told me that the offense coordinator wasn't the problem. It was. These are the fans that Dan Sillio gets: incompetent, clueless morons. who come on here and try to expose me, and it don't work that way because I only send them back to Dan. Okay, so those are the fans right there, the ones that can't talk football. Okay, but this dude just continues to talk shit.
Listening. Daniel Paisan,
And sit
thank you
back and
very
eat your
much for
popcorn.
coming aboard. We appreciate it. We got a ton of shit to hit on too. We do.
Look,
Ton
look,
of
look at
stuff,
this
man. I
morning.
appreciate that, Daniel. That's awesome.
Yeah, he can eat a dick too.
For
along with you.
25, 26 years doing morning drive. So it's kind of not just an all football show, but you guys keep
This ain't a
rolling,
football
man.
show, bro.
So many storylines.
You
Got
know
it,
the
man. And we so appreciate it. I want to first start it out here. By the way,
Here comes
Big
stupidity.
Sills and my Eagle random thoughts
Here we go.
as we're 2 weeks to camp. I do want to start with something here, and I got to bring
Oh,
this
is it Jalen
up.
Hurts or is it AJ Brown? Which one should we
And I want to bring this up because I read this. By the way, does anybody know
get
who
to the
Chris
fucking
Carlin
point,
is?
dude?
Do you guys know who Chris Carlin is?
No,
Says
he
that
do
he-
not care. Okay. Anytime this dude sits there and says, by the way, you already know it's going to be some stupid shit that he's going to babble out that makes no fucking sense. Because this guy is what we call I call him a complete politician when it comes to our sports, okay? Because if you know how politicians are, they got certain ways of doing things, right? Politicians try to say everything is bad and only talk about one thing, okay? All right, we back. Sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck happened with my laptop, but all right, let's get back to what I was trying to do, and that was react to this fucking slob, Dan Sillio, because I want to watch it and I want to expose him for what he says, because the shit that he says is why career politicians, when you talk about career politicians, they it's the same things they do over and over and over again, and eventually someone has to bring them down. Yo, um, and Dan Seeley was like a career politician. He doesn't know what he's talking about most times. If that makes any sense. There was one that I was watching. Was it this one? It's the one I was watching. Uh,
Legendary. Legendary. Right? Flyers.
why is it
Your only
so?
true dynasty.
Come on,
Right?
shit.
Hey, man, it may not have been a great place, but it was your
StreamYard,
place.
bro. I'm paying for this shit.
Now all
This
these
is what you're giving
companies,
me, really?
like Jeffrey Lurie and all these other places, Josh Harris, they own these buildings. Doesn't have the same fan environment kind of thing to it. It's more corporate, right? It's more corporate. That's the one thing that these new buildings don't get. They move fans further from the field.
Hmm.
Those places like the Vet, the Spectrum, you were right on top of everybody. You go to any of these new buildings, they move you further away from the floor, the ice, the diamond. It's not the same, right? Caught a giant halibut yesterday. God, I love that fish. God, I love that fish, man.
What is he talking about?
Still, was it a shithole? The Orange Bowl? May have to ask my aunt that. Hey, I just love playing there, man. 8 Super Bowls, all the national championship games, legendary Dolphin teams. I played. John F. Kennedy spoke there. I mean, I saw a Prince concert there when I was down there. I saw Madonna. I met all these people down there because I played in the Orange Bowl, one of the most iconic stadiums of all time, playing in the Orange Bowl. There was nothing like it. And the reason we loved it so much, it's one of the reasons why the 58-game win streak was down there. 58 games at home. Let me put it to you this way. Between the Dolphins and the Hurricanes, in my 3 years down there, between us, we lost 7 games. We lost 1. They lost 6.
We don't give a shit.
In 3 years.
Say something stupid, please. There we go.
Bryce Huff, your expectations for him. Six sacks.
Come on, make it snappy.
11 sacks.
Did he pull Joe Biden? Did he take a nap?
7.5, 12.
God damn, bro.
Okay, let's take a look at this. Most tackles he's ever had in a season is 29. That was this past season.
So
10 sacks.
And
19 solo.
so
Years before that, 6, 14, and 16 total tackles in a season.
where are we going with this?
Here's my expectations.
There we go.
30 plus tackles and 11 sacks plus. Or you signed a lemon at $18 million. Reddick had a cast on his hand the first 4 games. Patricia and Xander said it's a completely different style of play. The numbers are going to be lesser. Here's an interesting one. Isaiah Rodgers. What are your expectations for him? And I like the player. They have buyers.
See, this is what we do. This is a perfect example, man.
He's banned for.
So he gets people on like Angelo Cataldi. He gets guys like 500. No disrespect to Philly 500, but if you don't see what he's doing, right? He'll talk his little shit about pretty much nothing. Okay, and then he gets guys like Mark Holmes. He gets guys like Angelo Cataldi. He gets guys that can make his numbers go up. Okay, Angelo Cataldi on 94 WIP is a complete idiot. All right, the guy has gotten absolutely embarrassed on his talk show many times. Okay, on the radio. I always have called up and embarrassed him for not knowing what he was talking about. Okay, all he does is yell over guys. He's no different than Mike Missinelli. Okay, I used to listen to him. Well, I would try to listen to him, but my bus driver wouldn't allow it because, he didn't like the vulgar. He would say he's very vulgar about the way he just talks over people. These are guys that didn't listen to people. They would just talk over, and that's why their callers didn't go up. Andrew Cataldi, people look at him as a great sports host talk on WIP, but I looked at him as a clown. Mike Missinelli is a clown to me. I can't stand that Italian fucking douchebag because just the way he just attacks his callers and never lets them speak. There's certain guys that just they don't know what they talk about. They're like kind of like Howard Eskins. Howard Eskins allows some people to talk, but he talks over people. He's very rigid with his opinions a lot of times, and a lot of times if you don't agree with it, he doesn't allow you to speak. WIP, if you don't agree with them, a lot of times they'll talk over you, and they will make them seem right when they're not. WIP, I remember a caller called in on Cataldi's show on the morning days, and he pretty much destroyed him. But yet, the only reason why he's on Dan Sillio's show is because those two are guys that are radio hosts that talk over people. They're like they don't allow people to speak, and they got more views that way, some ways, and it's wrong. A lot of times they lose views because of that. Same with Mike Missinelli. That's why Mike Missinelli got fired from 975, or he quit, I think, because they weren't bringing him back because his views were going down. Because guys like that who talk over people, especially when you're a WIP host or talking on a show, you're supposed to let the other caller call in and actually make a point. You got guys that interrupt them all the time. I always notice it when I listen to them sometimes. they have callers who speaks facts, but they don't want to hear it. They don't like what they have to say, so they'll shut them down. Now, there's some idiots who call in once in a while, but a lot of times they're not idiots. They just have a different opinion and they don't like that. And that's why Dan Sillio, he gets these guys from. He gets these douchebags on his show because he's a douchebag, and he makes money that way. He gets views that way. You know, look what he did after all he did was rant about.
For 1 year from the Phillies park, I saw that shot.
Here we go. Like,
yeah, but all he doesn't do anything about it.
You know
that.
Now we go into
it's literally just
Mark Holmes. I thought this was an Eagles show. Why are we bringing Dallas Cowboy fans on a show? Why are we bringing Dallas Cowboy fans on a Jacob Media platform that is supposed to be about Eagle fans and Eagles teams and Philly sports? Or at least I thought. At least I thought that's what it was supposed to be. Why are we bringing Dallas Cowboy fans, especially delusional Dallas Cowboy fans, who don't keep it real, who never keeps it real, and this one don't keep it real for sure? Why are we bringing Dallas Cowboy fans? What did they have to do with the Philadelphia Eagles and what we have going on? Yes, they're a rivalry. I get that. But we don't need to hear from them right now. Why does Dan Sillio continue to be an attention whore? Why does he continue to try to get an attention by getting these other YouTubers on his platform so he can get subscribers? Because he needs them to survive. He needs them. And we give it to him. No matter how many times this guy has been wrong after wrong after wrong after wrong. I show clips of him talk about how Najee Harris is a better player in the draft, that we should have drafted a running back over Devontae Smith. You know, this guy's saying he didn't like Hassan Reddick. Now, and he never admitted he was wrong about Hassan. This dude hates on Jalen Hurts, but sometimes wants to defend Jalen Hurts. No, you said he was a running back. You said he was a wildcat quarterback. Keep the same energy, Dan. This dude calls A.J. Brown T.O. and says that he's a cancer in the locker room. Why do we continue to listen to the knucklehead who don't know what he's talking about? He's bringing Cowboy content creators into an Eagles platform. This is supposed to be a Philly sports platform. When you look up Jacob Media, it says Philly sports, right? So why are Cowboy fans being in a Philly sports platform? Why are they being put on a Philly sports platform? If I want to hear a Dallas Cowboy fan be delusional, I just go to their channel. This is what I don't understand. Dan Sillio should have never been hired by Jacob Media. Now, I don't mind freedom of speech. But when you abuse freedom of speech, when you don't know what you're talking about, and you don't know when to admit you're wrong, I got an issue with that. We're bringing guys like this into the picture. Why? What does Mark Holmes have to do with the Philly sports and the platform that you're on? What does he have to do? What is his credibility to the Eagles platform? I'm sorry, not Eagles platform, the Philly Jacob Media platform. This is what I'm talking about. Kissing ass is on another level. This is why I stepped back from YouTube for a while, because we kiss ass now. We don't keep it real. We want to kiss ass and we want to make up, and I'm sick of that shit. Especially to a Cowboy fan who can't keep it real. Okay? I mean, listen to it. Look at this, man.
had better personnel more than anybody else, and they were deep. They could literally just line up and just say, we're going to run right here and beat you. Now, free agency, everything is down. There's that much different.
Why do we care about what the Cowboys are doing? I don't care. Why does he bring these dudes on here? You better off bringing Angel Cataldi. He brings the exact same people. The exact same people. You'll never see him bring anybody new. Why is that? Because most of the other people that he brought on who didn't agree with him, he want to bring back on. I tell you one thing. You'll never see Dan Sillio bring a guy like me on. Why is that? Because I will rip him apart. You'll never see him bring Lord Brunson on ever again. Why? Because Lord Brunson don't want to go on there because he knows he's a clown. He will never bring anybody else on, so he brings the exact same people because he's running out of people to bring on. Because here's the truth, man. If Jalen Hurts goes out and wins a Super Bowl this year, Dan Silio's show is done. He needs Jalen Hurts to fail to keep his show alive. There's nothing else that he can talk about. If every player that he hates on that it succeeds, there's nothing he can say. Nothing. His show is based on clickbait, lying, and misguiding the folks that's on his channel. He got 49er fans, Cowboy fans, Commander fans, and the Eagle fans that keep going on his channel. I don't know why you waste your time with that. And he got one Eagle YouTuber that goes on his channel, and that's 500. Well, I have respect for him, but I wish he would stop going on his channel because dude, like all he does is take your views, man. And really be honest, he switches up the second you're on his channel. Okay. But he's now bringing Mark Holmes on his channel. You better on which next? You're gonna bring Cop Pizzo on your channel next? You're gonna bring a Giant fan on your channel next? Like what are we doing? Jacob Media should be ashamed of themselves. They turned their platform from a Philadelphia, and there's some great media outlets. Like I like some of the guys, like there's some good Philadelphia sports shows that are on that platform, right? I like some of the guys that they have, but Dan Silio is like their cream and crop, right? They'll let go everybody. They fired 4 people and they promoted Dan. They actually thanked Dan for helping them. Help them what? What? You turning your platform into a clown show. This is what it is. It's a Dan clown show. That's what it's called. It's Dan Silio, the clown show. Because we're not even having real football fans on the show now at this point. We're having delusional Cowboy fans on the show. Why is Mark Holmes on a Philadelphia sports platform? Why? What does he have to do with the Philadelphia Eagles? What does he have to do with we don't care about the Cowboys. I could care less. Nor does any Eagle fan care about that except they want to hear the drama. I don't want to hear about Dak Prescott. He sucks. He's 2-5 in the damn playoffs. There's nothing to talk about. Why is he on a platform that is supposed to be Philadelphia sports? What are we doing? You're going to bring a Commander fan on next? Like, what are we doing? A Buffalo Bill fan next? Like, what are we doing? Jacob Media should be ashamed of himself for allowing this to continue to happen. You got some great guys that you could have over a guy like Dan Silio. This guy's turned into a freaking ESPN show at this point. It's not even Philadelphia sports because he talks about the Eagles for half an hour and then he brings guys like Dan Silio in to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Why? Who cares? Then he want to try to act like he defends Jalen Hurts. No, you didn't. You were shit on Jalen Hurts for a few hours, and then you want to suddenly defend him for 5 minutes. Dude's a clown. These guys right here, you got to start exposing because these are the guys that they allow to manipulate Eagle fans' heads, man. You know, I'm seeing Eagle fans get so angry. I don't really get angry with Dan Sillio. I get angry with Jacob Media more because Jacob Media hired him. I'm not angry with Dan Sillio. I'm angry more at Jacob Media for allowing the clown show to continue on their platform when you could bring so many better options over this guy. And then you fire 4 other guys that actually brought intelligent football conversations to the table to hire this dude, to promote this dude who brings nothing. Okay? Because if I have a Philadelphia sports platform, if it was RK Sports Talk, okay, and it was all about Philadelphia sports, I'm not hiring a guy like Dan Sillio. Why? Because he doesn't fit the Philadelphia sports. He doesn't know anything about Philadelphia sports. He gets a lot of shit from ESPN guys that he worked with, and they tell him what's happening, and he doesn't actually do his research. Okay? Everything that Dan Sillio says is a talking head thing that ESPN analyst says. Like Nick Rollins saying that Saquon Barkley isn't better than Christian McCaffrey. Who said anything about him being better than Christian McCaffrey? We said if he had an offensive line, that he can be just as good as Christian McCaffrey. And Christian McCaffrey wasn't Christian McCaffrey like he is now until he went to San Fran, when he got traded from the Panthers to San Fran. And San Fran gave up a lot because they understood he needed an offense that could change his game. And it did. It made him a better running back. It took some less out of his tires. That way he didn't have to worry about being the only guy there. Okay, now you not only have to focus on McCaffrey, you got to focus on Kittle, you got to focus on the other parts now. Okay, and it's helping Brock Purdy. So why couldn't it be good for Jalen Hurts to have a running back like that? Who Saquon doesn't have to be the only guy. Now you got AJ and Devontae and all these other weapons that you got to worry about. Now you don't have to just focus on Saquon Barkley. Where in the Giants uniform he was the only weapon there. Okay? But these are the ESPN talking heads that continue to show up in my feed every single time, and I'm tired of it. This is why I haven't made a video in a long time. This is why I haven't reacted to nothing, because I'm tired of the bullshit. Okay? First of all, I work a lot. And number 2, I just don't got time for it. And when I do, it's just annoying because it's not going to change people's perspectives because you still watch this shit. Now I'm reacting to it because I'm just showing you what he does. Okay? He goes on a whole hour to talk about the Eagles, and then he brings a clueless moron on his show so he can act like he's a smart one. But he'll never bring someone who can debate him for real. And why is that? Because he will get embarrassed for real. If he brings someone like, I don't know, what's a great content creator? Joey Shakes on his channel, which Joey Shakes will never go on his channel. But if he does it, he'd get embarrassed. He would get absolutely laughed at, embarrassed, put in the dust, put in the damn corner, spanked like a little kid getting spanked by the babysitter. You know, when the babysitter has you on her back, on her, her knees are, she like this, and she just spanking you like that. Yeah, that's what Joey would have done to him. He would get destroyed by Des Eagle 90. He wouldn't win against me. Because you wouldn't put up with, because we wouldn't allow that goofy shit that you said and you think you're going to get away with. No, tell me what you said. You said Jalen Hurts was a running back. How? Don't switch up now. No, tell me how was he running back. You said he was a running back. You say he was a Wildcat quarterback. How is he a Wildcat quarterback? Let's talk about it. And if you can't talk about it, then I'm really going to expose you. Because if you don't know what you're saying, then you should just shut the hell up and not say that. But this guy, that no one ever puts the heat on him for him to actually admit what he says is inaccurate. I never seen anybody really debate him where they say, no, you said this. Why do you feel that way? You know, 500 comes on there, and no respect to 500, but I don't think he really, Dan Sillio is not afraid of 500 for real, because when 500 debates, Dan, he allows him to get away with some shit. No disrespect. But I'm not one of those guys that are going to allow him to get away with it. You told me Jalen Hurts was a Wildcat quarterback. Don't try to defend him now. Why do you think he's a Wildcat quarterback? Right? I'm going down the list of what you said. You said he was a Wildcat quarterback. You said he couldn't run an offense. You said he had a noodle arm. That's what you've been saying about Jalen Hurts. And you continue to say that he's not an accurate quarterback. You just said today, I just heard him in his last show today, why he's live right now babbling to a bunch of his dumb idiot subscribers, 49er fans and probably Cowboy fans, that Jalen Hurts is not a guy that you can really teach these. What are you talking about? If anything, Jalen Hurts has gone better each and every year. But see, when you hire guys who have an ESPN mindset and can't think on their own and need someone else to think for them, this is what you're going to get. A Dan Sillio, a guy that doesn't know what he's talking about, a guy that interrupts and tries to act like he's an expert when he's really an idiot. And you're allowed to have an opinion, but when your opinion becomes a flat out lie and you continue to tell that lie over and over again, your credibility goes out the window, sir. Again, why do we have Mark Holmes on your platform? This is a Philly sports platform. I don't care about a Cowboy perspective. And how long is this Mark Holmes talk show? Because this should be only 5 minutes. Okay, so he brings Philip Andre on there too. I mean, that's what he does. He gets views from these guys. And they feed into the drama. We all know that these guys are getting paid. All three of them. And no respect, get your money. Shout out to 500. I respect them. But some of the things Dan Sillio does, I don't like. I don't like how he uses 500 on his show, because he says this shit and they never call him out for it. I've seen him literally destroy Jalen Hurts, and not one guy goes after Dan Sillio for that. And when they do, they lightly press on him, but they don't really go at him. Let me say the shit that I said that Dan Sillio says, or I would be, bro. Look at it, man. Like the Le'Veon Bell video that I made a while ago would have. I got destroyed for that. But it's okay for Dan Sillio to say it, right? Dan Sillio is allowed to say anything he wants, and people can't call him out, right? Well, I'm going to call him out for now on, because we need to get real stability back in our community when it comes to Eagles platforms. I'm tired of these goofballs making videos. I'm tired of these goofballs having platforms and don't know what they're talking about. And they get these thousands of subscribers and they don't know what the hell they're saying. They in my feed and everything like that. What's up, Eagles Uncut? What's up, dude? And shout out to you. You're a great YouTuber. I'm not talking about you. Okay, so my fault. I was specific. I'm talking about Dan. This dude, Dan Sillio, is a complete clown. And I wish 500 would stop going on this show. I really wish he would have stopped doing that, because it kind of makes you look like you're okay with Dan trashing the Eagles, trashing Jalen Hurts. Dan Sillio, he's doing this, and I'm truly believe he doesn't believe any of the shit that he says. He does it to get a reaction. And like I said, I'm not mad at Dan Sillio, because guess what? Dan Sillio's doing what Dan Sillio does. This is what he does. This is what he's known for. I'm mad at Jacob Media for allowing the clown show to continue, because this is your platform that you're allowing goofballs to come in there and pretty much destroy a great platform that you want to build. And all you're doing is turning a lot of Eagles fans away from the platform. That's all you're doing. How can you be entertained with a guy who don't know what he's talking about? The shit that he says, man, it's ludicrous. Okay? Listen to him, bro.
Are the only players in the last 4 years in the national. Only Hassan Reddick and Myles Garrett are the only ones.
Dude, there's nothing he brings that I can't go on ESPN and watch the exact same shit. There's nothing he brings that I can't go to another Eagles YouTube channel and get that same information. Except one thing, Eagles YouTubers probably can talk more football and logic and actually knows their team more than he does. I could go to Bird Game 31 and JC Eagles channel, and I could get more educational talking points than I go to Dan Sillio's channel. I could go to Eagles Uncut channel and his podcast with the crew that they have with Diamond Talk Sports and all that, and I get more intelligent, smart conversations that I am getting. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, Dan Sillio brings nothing. He's a complete buffoon. And yet Jacob Media allows this to continue. They allowed him to say things, and they don't get anybody, at least get someone to challenge his opinions. They don't bring nobody to help him out. Tony the Shield was on his helping Dan. They let him go because he already knew he was a sacrifice lamb. Okay, he wanted to sit there and act like he's a smart dude. Now he pretends he don't know me. Okay, I can't get a collab with him or nothing. You were the exact same subscribers a year ago with me, but I can't get no collab with him. It's cool. I'm not mad. Okay. Dan Sillio is a clown, and yet the Jacob Media is a circus because they continue to hire clowns to the damn circus instead of getting rid of that circus and actually bringing guys who know this Philadelphia sports and know what they're doing. This is why I don't listen to them. And they got a lot of great guys on here still. I do like what's his name? Frats, the guy in the mornings. I watch him. I watch a lot of those other guys. You still got the you got the old wise guys that they're still part of the Eagles media, that's been around, like what is it? Or what's that guy's name? I forget. Jody Mack and what's the other guy's name? Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. You still got those guys. But then it's like you got this dude. And this dude is always like the popular one that everybody wants to hear what Dan has to say. Okay, he's always the last one. Why is he always the last one that they always want to show? Like they make it like he is the real, like he's the MVP of this platform. And everybody else is just a sacrifice lamb. If Dan Sillio, and there was 4 other people that could get fired by Jacob May, they would fire 4 others before they would fire Dan Sillio. And they even said, congratulations to Dan Sillio. They congratulated him for elevating the football knowledge. He won an award for being the most entertaining. How the fuck is he entertaining? Nothing he talks about is entertaining. It's stupid. It's idiotic. It makes no sense most times. He says nothing that is actual good points most times, and most of them are hypocritical. All he does is bash Jalen Hurts, and he continues to praise quarterbacks that are not even on his level. All he does is bash receivers, try to get one out of Philadelphia, which didn't work out. Half the times he don't know what he's saying. And yet this guy is the cream of the crop. How is this dude your whole face? Like Jacob Media, when you look up Jacob Media, it's all about Dan Sillio in their eyes. They'll let everybody go. They will. They'll let everybody else go, and they'll keep Dan Sillio. And you only see will be Dan Sillio. Because Dan Sillio will run everybody out the way. Everybody else will get probably let go because they're going to say, well, we got Dan Sillio. We don't need anybody else. Everybody's watching us. Dan Sillio is putting major views because the shit that he says, a lot of people agree with. Like I said, a Dan Sillio fan tried to come on here and tell me that Jalen Hurts ain't elite. Where'd you get that from? You better go over there with Dan Sillio on here because I ain't trying to hear that. And I exposed him because he told me that their offense coordinator was perfect. Did Dan tell you that? Because that offense coordinator last year wasn't good. And he wouldn't tell me that it was the offense coordinator's problem why Jalen Hurts failed. That any quarterback can run in the Jalen Hurts system. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my lifetime. You heard that from Dan Sillio, and you want to run around and try to tell me that stupid shit. Get the hell out of here with that. And I exposed him for the idiot that he was. Go look at my other live stream. Oh, I don't play around when it comes to my quarterback. You're not going to tell me. And then you told me you saw the games last year. No, you didn't. Because if you saw the games last year, you would realize our offense coordinator was one of the worst offense coordinators that they ever seen in Eagles history. Probably worse than Chip Kelly. So please don't sit there and say you watched games when you did it. You watched the damn highlights. Because you didn't watch the games. Because how can you sit there and say that it was all just Jalen Hurts' fault? And see, you listen to ESPN talking heads, because that's an ESPN talk take right there. That's what they've been saying all about. Here them go again. I heard today was, oh, can Saquon Barkley succeed in the offense? Why can't he not? He was succeeding under the Giants offense that had nothing around him and the trash offense line that couldn't block a fucking fart if they wanted to. Why can't he not succeed? He succeeded under the Giants offense and he put up some good numbers. The dumb shit that they say is ludicrous. You got get up. I mean, they have jabroni dumbass GMs who got fired. And I'm supposed to take them seriously. Dude, Mike Pallenbaum, whatever his new, he's been fired by the Jets because he was terrible. Why do I care what he has to say? Why is he on TV telling everybody what he would do? We already know what you would do. That's why you try to trade Darrelle Revis in his prime, right? You fucking jabroni clown, candy ass jackass. Go look up the hard knocks of the Jets. The man tried to trade Darrelle Revis because he didn't want to pay him. He was a cheapskate. And that's why he got fired by the Jets, because he kept on, because he didn't know how to build a team. Dan Sillio is a clown, man. All Dan Sillio does is literally trash Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. Yeah. He's not even an Eagles fan. No, he's a Buccaneers fan. He's a Buccaneers fan. Yeah, for some reason, Jacob Media hires him. Yeah, they hired him because people watch him. Whatever gets the views going, they'll keep. He's getting more views than any other platform right now. Like, listen, I mean, dude, like, Dan Sillio, I even offered for him to come on my show. He denied it. He told me that he didn't like how I came at him. I told him that you didn't know what you're talking about. And I said that I know you won't debate me because I'll rip you apart. He DM'd me on Twitter. He got back to me and he said, I'm not going to come on your show the way you treat me. I said, the way I treat you, the way you treat everybody, you mean the way you treat Jalen Hurts? The way you treat AJ Brown? What do you mean the way I treat you? The way I treat you is the way you treat everybody. Like shit. Oh, you didn't like how I came at you. You didn't like how I called you a fucking clown. Well, stop acting like one then. If you don't like what people say about you, then do something about it or shut the hell up and deal with it. You got your feelings hurt, Dan. I told you to come on my show because I wanted to see if you knew what you were talking about. That wasn't going to hurt you that bad mentally, but the way you were, I probably would have hurt your feelings in a heartbeat. Because I'm not nice when it comes to my takes, man. You want to say something stupid and outlandish like Jalen Hurts is a Wildcat quarterback, and you think I'm supposed to forget it? No. I don't forget things like that. Not when it comes to my quarterback. When you watch my quarterback literally throw from the fucking pocket, and he has a shitty offense corner in one hand, and he got a freaking cheerleader head coach on the other hand. And he's still 10-1. What are we talking about? So no, Dan, I wasn't going to be nice to you. Because honestly, I was going to be nice to you. Obviously, on the platform, I was going to be nice to you. I was going to let you talk, and I wanted to see if you really were the exact same guy that we see right now. But the way you acted, the way you DM'd me, when I was told you, hey, you want to come on my platform, I knew you weren't going to come on there because you know what I'm going to do to you. I'm not one of these fans that are going to let you slip away. You said something, stand on that. You said Jalen Hurts was a Wildcat quarterback. You said he couldn't throw the ball. You told me that Jalen Hurts has a noodle arm. That's what you've been saying. You said this year that Jalen Hurts is not a leader. In the beginning of last year, week one, you said he was a Wildcat quarterback, that he couldn't read the defense. That was your words. Go back and watch Dan Singler, what he said after the Patriots game. He didn't blame the offense corner. He didn't blame none of that. He blamed Jalen Hurts for why even though we won, he said Jalen Hurts is a Wildcat quarterback. He's not a good quarterback. What are you talking about? The Vikings game, he says the exact same thing. So again, this dude is a hypocrite. This dude don't want to face the reality because the shit that he says, people are going to call him out for it. It's just the right people he won't bring on. He won't bring the guys that will call him out on it. He'll bring the guys that will defend him and kiss his ass and coddle him and say he's a good guy when he really is a piece of shit. He'll bring guys that will agree with him and kiss his ass. I'm not one of them. But I would love to hear what he had to say on my platform. Because there's things that you have to say. I mean, things you have to stand on. And if you think Jalen Hurts is a Wildcat quarterback, then tell me how and why. Because I saw a guy who could throw from the pocket last year and had a better season last year than he had in 2022. I think Jalen Hurts had a better year last year than he had in 2022. And yeah, did Jalen Hurts in 2022 have a great? Obviously he went to the Super Bowl, but in 23 we saw a jump that we didn't see in 2022. That was stepping in the pocket and throwing. Okay, now we saw throws in 2022 when he stepped in the pocket, but he got better in 2023, in my opinion. That throw that he threw to Zacchaeus with the Bills game, that was all Jalen Hurts. That was all accuracy. You had to put that ball where only the receiver could get it. A noodle arm quarterback can't do that. A guy that can't read the defense can't do that. A Wildcat quarterback like Terrell Pryor is a Wildcat quarterback / receiver, can't do that. You're saying my quarterback is Terrell Pryor. If you don't know who Terrell Pryor is, he was a quarterback that translates to a receiver because he was a Wildcat quarterback because he couldn't run he wasn't a good quarterback. So he was only thing he could do was be a wildcat quarterback or a receiver. You say he's a Terrell Pryor. That's ridiculous. But these are the guys that they hired. And it's time to call them out for their bullshit, man. If you're going to say something stupid, then in the real world, people are going to call you out for it. Be careful what you say. Because words do hurt. I don't care what anybody says, words don't hurt me. Bullshit. Words do hurt people, especially when you really can get to them. And Dan Sillio is a soft little bitch inside. He can't handle real criticism because it will hurt him inside deeply. He talks about people. I don't care what people think. Well, if you didn't care what people think, you wouldn't respond to Joey Shakes then. So you do care what people think. And you wouldn't respond to a lot of Eagle fans. You do care what people think. So that's a lie. This dude's a hypocrite. Don't even stay on what he says. And then they sit there and say Dan Sillio, an Eagle fan. He's not even a fucking Eagle fan. But they title it Eagle fan defending Jim Hurts against a Cowboy fan. Stop all that, man. He's a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan. And Jacob Mia should be shaming himself for putting that in their damn title. Because you know better. You're trying to get the views because you need views, and that's the only reason why you're even existing as a platform. It's sad, bro. He says Jalen Hurts is a wildcat quarterback when Jalen Hurts is accurate, and the reason we were 10 is hey, there's some people who just don't know football, and there's some people who should, that has a platform. Unfortunately, it's crazy because this is where I go back to elite quarterbacks and good quarterbacks, and this is what I said in my beginning of my live stream. I don't think Josh Allen is an elite quarterback. I think he's a good quarterback. I think he's a good quarterback for you to go to the playoffs. I don't think he can win you a Super Bowl. I think Lamar Jackson is a good quarterback. I don't think he's elite. I don't think he can win you a Super Bowl. I think Jalen Hurts is an elite quarterback that can win you a Super Bowl. I think Joe Burrow can win you a Super Bowl. I think Matthew Stafford already showed he can win a Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes already knows how to win Super Bowls. Those are elite quarterbacks, guys that can win you a Super Bowl. And you can, everybody talk about what Jalen Hurts has all this talent. What happened in his rookie year when he still went to the playoffs? People want to forget about that year where even though we lost to the Buccaneers, we got destroyed. Everybody said we were only going to win 2 games at the most. We weren't even looking to make the playoffs. Okay, we snuck in the wild card and we still went to the. Jalen Hurts took us there with an offense coordinator who's a rookie. Shane Steichen's first year, and a brand new rookie head coach in Nick Sirianni. And a young team with a young receiver in Devontae Smith and 2 trash bags as wide receivers, and Jalen Reagor and JJ and Umbrella Boy. And still took them to the playoffs. People want to forget that. They want to talk about 2022, and that's the only time he's been good. The year that Jalen Hurts made the playoffs in his full first season was growth to me. Okay? Because there was no way we should have made the playoffs that year. But Jalen Hurts said, you know what? I got you. I'll put you on my back. Last year, he puts Brian Johnson on his back until he couldn't do it anymore. That Bills game was all Jalen Hurts. All Jalen Hurts. He was in a dual match with Josh Allen and won. That's elite. Because I don't see Lamar Jackson can't get past a AFC Championship game. Okay, he's playing against the worst offense that Kansas City has ever had. Okay, Jalen Hurts played against one of the best defense, and Kansas City was playing that defense that Kansas City had last year wasn't the same defense from 2022 that we saw in the Super Bowl. Their offense might have been a little bit better, honestly, in 2022 than 2023. They had a worse offense last year, not a real number 1 threat. And they beat the Ravens to go to the Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts took care of his business. He beat the 49ers. He knocks Purdy out. He eliminates them and gets to the Super Bowl. Almost beat the best quarterback to ever will go down as to ever do it. Because I think Mahomes is going to outperform Brady when it's all said and done. Okay. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to be fine this year. I expect Jalen Hurts to have another step up, another production of success. I think the ball is going to get spread a lot more. I think the receivers are going to get open this time. I think Saquon Barkley is going to be outside the backfield catching balls. I think there's going to be a lot of plays where Saquon's going to get the ball a lot. And I think it's going to be hard to stop this offense. I think it's going to be more dangerous than what it was in 2022. Because in 2022, you had Miles Sanders. He's not better than Saquon. Saquon is 10 times better than Miles Sanders. Saquon is way better than Miles Sanders. So you upgraded at running back. And he's only 27 years old. That's the prime years. And you got AJ and Devontae on each other side. Dallas Goedert is still there. Your offensive line is still intact. The only thing you have to worry about again is that right guard situation, which I think they have a plan for. Whether it's Steele, whether it's that guy that we drafted from Michigan, who I like, or you put a veteran out there like whoever. Jason Kelsey's replacement, I think, will be fine, and Cam Jurgensen. You got Ari's replacement. I think he'll be fine. You still got Dickerson, who's still young, and you paid him. Malade's still there. Lane Johnson's still there. Your best right tackle. I mean, you're going to have to venture replace him, but that's down the road. Lane Johnson is still there, and he's looking like he's ready to go. His workouts, he's looking strong. He's lifting. He's looking like he's looking like a muscle man, just lifting up things. Like he's unreal, bro. Dude's unreal. These guys are hungry, man. And if you don't think this Eagles team's not going to put the beating on teams this year, I'm going to tell you right now, man, we're going to beat a lot of teams by 40. We're going to blow a lot of teams out this year. Because I don't see how you stop this offense. The only way you stop this offense, like I said in 2022, you have to take them off the field. And you're not going to be able to do that. It's going to be too hard to stop number 26 in that backfield. If he's healthy, which I think he will be, Giant fans say he's been hurt. He missed 4 fucking games. What is you talking about? He's injury prone. He's missed 4 games. Learn your facts. Giant fans only say that because he's in Philadelphia. But if he's in Houston, they wouldn't be saying anything wrong. He'd be congratulated with open arms, saying good luck, Saquon, everything like that. But now he's in Philly, he's injury prone, right? Come on, man. Stop. It's crazy how you got idiot analysts that want to blame Jalen Hurts for Super Bowl 15. Yeah, man, that's another thing. I agree with that. Let me continue reading. By bringing the fumble, but they won't keep the same energy of guys like Lamar Jackson. Yeah, I mean, dude, like, they keep on, and I love how they talk about Jalen Hurts fumbled the game away in the Super Bowl. No, the fuck he did not. It was a combination of everything. Did Jalen Hurts fumble the ball? Yeah, but look at the fact that they missed the face mask right there. You want to talk about that? Let's talk about that. The dude had his face. Dude had it like this on his face, man. And there was no call. Now, I don't blame the rest, but if you're going to do that, let's keep it real. Let's bring the facts into what really happened. Jalen Hurts' face mask was ripped, and the ball was slipping out of his hands, and there was a handoff. And why did we get to that point in the first place? Isaac Samalo jumps off sides. So now you backed up. So then the next play, the fumble happens. But then after that, Jalen Hurts goes out and has a complete dominant game. So again, you had 4 opportunities to stop Kansas City. To leave Mahomes score that first down with an injured knee, it's disgraceful. Nick Sirianni not kicking the field goal. I'm sorry, Nick Sirianni kicking the field goal rather than go for it is loser mentality. In the Super Bowl, you put your big boy pants on and you say, this is the fucking game. Let's put everything on the line. If you don't get it, you don't get it. But at least you know that at least you know you tried. He decided to kick a field goal, and then the next possession, the Kansas City Chiefs go down and score. There was also some plays where I thought was a little shady. Devontae Smith catch was a catch. They overturned that. Dallas Goedert was a catch. They want to overturn that. There were catches. But we ain't going to talk about that. Who cares? But we still had a chance to win despite all of that. The punt return should have never been allowed. To leave a guy like what's that receiver's name? Oh my god, the one with that got traded to the Giants to the Kansas City. To leave what's that goofball with the fucking nose ring in his nose, looking like a complete idiot. I forget the guy's name. The guy who had a punt return should never happen. That goes back to bad special teams. You know, and it happens. We weren't prepared. We looked out of sync. And in the second half of adjustments, you know, you got a defense coordinator that wanted to be giddy because he got a damn job. And Kansas City Chiefs adjusted. We should adjust the exact same way they did. But we didn't do that. We wanted to do nothing. So we lost. And that's what happens. When you don't prepare, a team's going to beat you. That's like any other game, including the Super Bowl. The best teams are going to prepare for you, especially Kansas City. This is a great football team that you're playing. And you had to go in there and you had to have a mindset of being aggressive. And Nick Sirianni was not aggressive. He was very conservative with his calls. To kick a field goal rather than go for it when you could have just went for it, they couldn't stop you. And it would have made sure Mahomes don't get the ball back. You would have taken some time off the clock. And you would have won the Super Bowl. But the play calling that Nick Sirianni had in that situation was part of the downfall. Also, the defense was terrible. James Bradbury holding was part of it too. But it's just a combination of everything. Everything had to lead to why we lost. It wasn't just Jalen Hurts. People just want to nitpick Jalen Hurts because everybody who thought Jalen Hurts everybody said Jalen Hurts wasn't ever going to be a franchise quarterback are now sitting back, have to make another excuse because they have to sit there and have to realize this guy almost won and beat Mahomes. Okay, that's what happened. All these, that's the truth. Is these Jalen Hurts haters were sitting there saying that he couldn't throw the football, and when he threw the football, now they're saying he choked the Super Bowl away because they can't get the hate out of their body. It's in their nature to hate on Jalen Hurts for some reason because what they saw in college. Well, guys change in college all the time. Players go from college from not being what everybody thought they were to being stars in the NFL. We've seen it many times. Jalen Hurts just showed that number one, his work ethic is the reason why he's gotten better. Because when you put the work in the NFL, I would say, right, if you're committed to doing something and you're all about want to show production, you work hard and hard every day. What I'm trying to say is you put work in, right? If you don't want to be fat, you go to the gym and you work out. If you do want to be fat, be lazy on the couch and play video games all day. If you don't want a job, don't apply for a job. But if you do want a job, you want to get paid, then you go out and get a job and you work. You show that you're worth it. You show why they hired you. The same with the Eagles, man. Jalen Hurts wasn't given the job. Remember all the rumors about Deshaun Watson, all that stuff. He had to endure it. And he still didn't allow it to affect him. he went out there and balled out. Minshew was behind his back trying to take his job from him. And Jalen Hurts still balled out. Because Minshew was trying to get his job, and too bad the Eagles said, that ain't happening. Like Pickett trying to take his job too, right? Come on, stop. You know what I'm saying? But Jalen Hurts has always defined the odds. He's just different. He's just different, man. But look, I mean, dude, this is what he does. This is Dan Silver. This is the guy who don't know what he's talking about most times. And when you hear him, this is what he does.
Bar. Well, he hasn't done shit. Over? He better be over. We get to my expectations on defense. Oh, yeah. Under 3, and I got under 2. Nolan Smith out for the season, week 2, says Taylor. 4.5. You better get more than 3.5. Flexing, I'm with you. Okay. Nolan won't have 3.5 tackles all season.
Man.
He better get 6. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Look at all his minions.
50. Number 2, Josh Allen.
So he has Josh Allen number 2. This is his list. This is where the stupidity came. This is where I laughed at. When I was listening at work, okay, I was laughing like, dude, this dude cannot be fucking 6. This dude is complete. Like, this dude, his list made me want to rip my eyes out because it was fucking hot out yesterday. I was like, I'm literally like, I have a video of me just recording it, and I think it's on one of my IG accounts. I ain't telling you. But it's like, I'm literally saying it's hot as hell, and I'm watching Dan, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck is you talking about? Just hear him out and try not to lose brain cells. When he makes a list, dude, I thought Chris Sims made a horrible list. This guy don't even know what he's talking about. So Josh Allen's number 2. How is he number 2 when he's led in picks? You say Jalen Hurts is a guy who can't read the defense, and all he does is throw interceptions left and right, and this and that, and he's a wildcat quarterback. But you put a guy who led in interceptions. What are we talking about? And a guy who can't get it done in the playoffs. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's someone else's fault. Yeah, I forgot.
And C.J. Stroud.
So he has C.J. Stroud number 3. How? He's a rookie. Can I see him doing another year? This is madness, bro. So now we're going to disrespect Jalen Hurts. Okay.
At plus 850 is second. C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud is not better than Jalen Hurts. C.J. Stroud had a great year, but so would any other quarterback that he had when he had an offense. I'm sorry, but an offense coordinator makes a big difference. It does. Okay? It does. I don't think C.J. Stroud would succeed if he had Brian Johnson as the offense coordinator. Yeah, he had a great year. But again, let's see if he does it another year. Will he do it another year? Or will he go back to showing a little decline? Because if you have a great rookie year, probably the second year teams are going to adjust to you. Are you going to continue that growth and be that guy? Or are you going to show that sophomore year slump? Sorry, sophomore year slump. And that's going to be the question with CJ. I think he will continue. I don't have a problem with CJ. I have a problem with Eagle fans telling me that they'll take, like, there's some fans that say CJ Stroud is a better quarterback right now than Jalen Hurts. No, he's not. He's not even better than Jalen Hurts now. I would take Jalen Hurts any day over CJ Stroud because I don't know what CJ Stroud is. I got to see another year. When did we? So how come we didn't want to give Jalen Hurts praise in 2022? We want to say, well, we got to see another year out of him. But CJ is allowed to get a pass. This is why I talk about when I say quarterbacks are getting pat on some of these quarterbacks are getting praised when others are not. Why is CJ Stroud not getting the same criticism that Jalen Hurts got in 2022? Because he's not on it. Why? And let me ask you a question. What CJ Stroud did, okay, that was a 1 year great year by him, but he'll never do that shit again because it hasn't been done in a long time. The last quarterback that done that was Dan Marino with the Dolphins. Okay, it's never ever going to be done like that again. There has never been a rookie quarterback that's done anything close to that what CJ Stroud did since Dan Marino. So for him to do that, yes, it's impressive. I got to see another year out of him before I can say he's on elite category. Do I think he had a great season? Yes, I do. Do I think he's going to be a good quarterback? I do. I like his poise. I like everything about him. I had nothing against CJ Stroud. I got to see another year out of him because I don't think teams had an identity how to stop him because they had no film on him. Now they're going to have film on him. We'll see how he does. It's all about day-to-day league, right? You had a great year last year. Will you continue that? Or will you fall that off the cliff a little bit and have that, like I said, that sophomore year slump where teams adjust to you and you might have trouble adjusting to the teams or adjusting to those teams because you're used to one way. Can CJ Stroud make the adjustments that he's going to have to make? We'll see. We'll see. He had a great year last year. Not taking that away from him. But I got to see another year out of it. But number 4 is crazy. It's disrespectful, too.
He just got in the league.
You're right. So why would you put him at number 4 when you didn't do that to Jalen Hurts?
Number 3.
Oh, we had number 3. So
Joe Burrow, +9.
So Joe Burrow didn't even stay healthy, and you put it at number 3. Like, what are we talking about, man? Is this a list of quarterbacks that you think are good, or you put in the quarterbacks that like what kind of list is this? Joe Burrow didn't even play last year. He was hurt. How's he number 3? Dan? See, this is why I don't take him seriously. This is why when I was at work, I'm laughing because it's like, dude, you got to be ridiculous to say this shit. Please tell me how is Joe Burrow number 3 when he didn't play last year? He was hurt. What are we doing, dude?
900. Number 4. Get this. Lamar Jackson.
I knew that was coming.
Brock Purdy. Jordan Love.
This is his list. So you're going to put Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, and Lamar Jackson at number 4. But you'll put Josh Allen at number 2, along with CJ Stroud at number 2. But then you have Joe Burrow at number 3. I'm not an expert at anything when it comes to, but what is you talking about? How can you put the... See, this is why you should not make lists unless you know exactly why you say the things you say, because there's no way that makes any fucking sense at all. That's stupid. It's dumb. If anything, I'll put Lamar Jackson above Joe Burrow because Joe Burrow didn't even play a full season last year. He was injured. Josh Allen should not be above Brock Purdy, in my opinion, because Brock Purdy made it to a Super Bowl last year. I give him credit when it's due. Josh Allen went the exact same way he always does. Does great in the playoffs and then chokes. And lost to Mahomes in his building. Come on, man. This is getting ridiculous, man. This is silly. This is madness.
At plus 1,400.
So he's reading off a fucking Vegas list or someone.
Aaron Rodgers.
All right, man. Yeah. Dude, Aaron Rodgers didn't even fucking play a full season either. He played one game and tore his Achilles. No offense. But you're reading off a fucking Vegas list. Who gives a shit what Vegas says? Okay, now he's just taking fucking quarterback rankings and he's naming them. We already know they're biased. They're like you, who don't know what they're talking about. Because how can you put anybody who puts Aaron Rodgers in the conversation for top 10 quarterback list should be fired immediately. Should not have a damn job. Should not be doing that job at all. Because he's not played a full season. So how the hell are you going to put a quarterback who's been hurt? Explain to me that one. If we're going to put quarterbacks that are hurt, then let's put Kirk Cousins in that conversation. He was hurt. They might have asked you to put Kirk Cousins there. Never know. I mean, come on. Like, what are we talking about, bro? This is silly. This is mad. This is not even funny, dude. This is complete dumb, clueless talking points at this point. Because we're not even talking real quarterbacks now. Now we just put random quarterbacks that haven't played a full season. Aaron Rodgers played one game and got hurt and hasn't played for the rest of the season. Let me know. He played one. Matter of fact, he played one half and got hurt. So it wasn't even one game. He played one half, one snap, I believe, and got hurt. The first game. This is crazy, dude. This is who we listen to. Good job, Jacob. Made it. Wait.
At plus 17, 1,000 on.
Destroy your platform.
Number 7, Christian McCaffrey.
What the fuck does that have to do with quarterbacks, man? He's a fucking running back. Is this a quarterback list or is this just every good player NFL list? He's a running back. Is this a quarterback list? Like, can someone tell me, is this a quarterback list or is this a MVP list? This got to be an MVP list. So this has to be, all right, so now I'm seeing what's going on. This is an MVP list for 2024. It has to be. Because there's no way you put a running back in a quarterback list. So this got to be an MVP list of who they think is going to be MVP. And they got everybody above Jalen Hurts. And that's cool. All right, I get it now. Christian McCaffrey's MVP. Shit. All right, I get it now. I see what the list is about. It's still stupid. But
at 1,800. Pulling up the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts at plus $2,000. It's DraftKings. How you doing?
This dude's a fucking clown, and all he does is just irritate me. Okay, I can't listen to any of this shit, dude. I really am. Dude, now want to showboat acting, bro. First of all, man, why are you trying to act out to your fans? Okay, you're trying to showboat. You're trying to act funny. You're trying to act. No one takes you seriously. Okay, and and the list. I know what list he's talking about. He's talking about the DraftKings list, the quarterbacks that can win MVP list, fantasy quarterback. Who gives a shit, man? What does this have to do with the Eagles and what's going on with them? What is you doing on your platform? You're supposed to talk football about the Eagles. That's the only thing you're supposed to be talking about is the Eagles, what you think is supposed to happen, and how do you think the season's going to go? Why do you continue to talk about shit that has nothing to do with the Eagles, man? Jacob Media, again, should be ashamed of itself. Because I ain't blaming Dan, I'm blaming them for hiring this lunatic, hiring this complete idiot, this fat wannabe comedian when he's not funny. He's a complete annoying ass freaking piece of trash human being. And he's on the platform showing a quarterback a fantasy list. Like, what are we doing, man? What is this platform meant for? Is it let me know, is Jacob Media supposed to be a sports for Eagles and Phillies and all the Philadelphia sports talk, or is it supposed to be a clown show? Because I didn't know I subscribed to the circus of Jacob Media. Let me know if I subscribe to Jacob the Clown Circus Media, because I will unsubscribe from it if that's the case. If we're going to have clowns who can't solve football, let me know. Because this is ludicrous, man. Now we just talk about fantasy quarterbacks. Like, what the fuck is we talking about now? Did we get bored? Did we forget our job title, which was supposed to talk about football Eagles? I know it's Dan Sillio's show, but shit, I thought they paid you to talk football about especially the Eagles. I thought you were an Eagles fan, Dan. Oh wait, we already knew you weren't an Eagle fan. This was the Dan Sillio show. I mean, they needed a platform, and unfortunately, the only thing they had was you. So they had to hire you because they need to make money. This guy's a complete idiot, man. This guy's an idiot, man. How long does he talk about this fantasy quarterback?
Brock Purdy, CJ Stroud.
Let me see what the list is about, man. I must have skipped something, but nothing like that.
Wouldn't say championships. Champions. Okay. I didn't say that the Lynx place. I said the was more fan friendly. That's what I said it was. Sills rocks the red Corvette. Did have a little red. Safely, according to Atlantic City, over under 1,060 yards rushing. Boy, that's right on the number, man.
Who gives a shit what Atlanta thinks? Who cares?
I'm going to take under because I don't think he's healthy for the full 17.
Here we go again, man. I can't listen to this. Right here is when I react. So you don't think Saquon is going to be healthy? Dude, he missed 4 games. What are you talking about? He missed 4 games. You fucking idiot. 4 games he's missed as a New York Giant. He missed 1 year with an ACL injury. Since then, he hasn't missed any. Stop trying to spread a narrative that this man is injury prone. He missed 4 fucking games. You complete numbskull. I don't know where the hell you got the notion Saquon can't stay healthy from, because he was able to stay healthy with the Giants, who had a horrible offensive line and a terrible quarterback. Stop bringing this is a narrative that needs to stop, along with other narratives that you bring, but this is another stupid narrative. So he don't think Saquon can stay healthy. This is the same dude who thought DeAndre Swift wasn't going to be able to stay healthy. You do know that every running back that has came on the Eagles has stayed healthy. DeAndre Swift stayed healthy. He hasn't missed any games last year. Why can't Saquon not stay healthy? What would be the downfall for Saquon not to stay healthy? The only reason I would say Saquon wouldn't stay healthy if unfortunate situation happened where, the turf the Giants' turf. That's the only time I would think that Saquon might not stay up. But dude, Saquon has not missed any games really. You look at his games overall, he's played mostly every game since he's been drafted. Even with some of the injuries that he had, like the hamstring. I mean, not the hamstring. Where he had the the bruised knees and bruised ankles and the injury. He didn't miss any. He came back in that same game and finished it. He missed 1 year of football with ACL injury. And after that, that was the only time he missed real time. So stop the narrative that he missed so many games. It's not even a fact. It's a lie. It's a lie. I want to know why he don't think Saquon can't stay healthy, because there ain't no way you believe that, bro. Ain't no way.
Team. Easily under. That's under. I think Hurts is over to passing touchdowns. Okay. Under. Under for rush. Steve 100, which he's never done. He may have his rookie year.
So he ain't going to talk about why he just said Saquon can't stay healthy, which is a lie.
That was trash. We couldn't win back then. The link was. I'm going to take over. I think he gets more than 22 touchdown passes this year. Charlie goes under. Under Charlie?
I just want to see what.
Fly says over.
Right. So. Again, man, this dude don't know what he's talking about, and it's complete. He's a complete moron. Okay, this is why people should stop listening to his ass. Really, be honest, because if you stop listening to his ass, he don't have a show. But people are going to continue to listen to him, man. I want to bring up also. Did you see the Giants GM? I talked about this earlier in this last year. Joe Shane. Okay, if you knew, hit that like button, appreciate it. If I was Dan Sillio, you'll hit that like button completely. Say, let me be one of these idiots that can just spew garbage. I bet you'll hit that like button. So hit that like button for ec1. All right, hit that like button for the guy that's not going to put up a no goofball, weird talking points. You're not going to come on here and just spear out garbage and say Saquon hasn't stayed healthy. Bro, missed 4 fucking games. What is you talking about? This goes back to actually understanding the knowledge of football and not just taking ESPN talking points and using them in your fucking videos or live streams. Because that's not true. Saquon's not missed a lot. He's missed 4 games as a Giant. He's missed 1 year of football with ACL. Unfortunately, that's what happens when you tell yourself you got to recover. But after that, he's not missed any games. So again, the shit that he's been injury prone, it's ludicrous. Okay, if that's the case, then Christian McCaffrey's injury prone because he tore his ACL before, and he missed some games too. Okay, if that's the case, then dude, like, come on, what are we talking about? They said DeAndre Swift is injury prone. He can't stay healthy. He's not going to be able to stay healthy. Wait until you give him 4 games. Well, Lion fans didn't get their luck because he was able to stay healthy for a full season. Just we didn't use him right. We didn't use him. We didn't want to use him. We used Gainwell instead, who stunk as a running back, to try to make him a number 1 when he wasn't a number 1. He was a number 3. And we didn't want to use DeAndre Swift. Why? I don't understand. But, he was able to stay healthy, though. So, again, Saquon, I think, is going to stay healthy. I don't think he's going to get hurt. He's not going to be the only guy. We're going to have a rotational running back core in. We're a rotational team still. We're going to give him a lot of carries, but we're going to give other guys carries too. He's not going to be the vocal point and the only weapon on that team. He doesn't have to be the Mr. Do-It-All himself now. He just can be Saquon Barkley, run through the holes and score touchdowns. Where in the Giants, he had to be that guy that could catch the ball. He had to be that weapon that gets open because there's no one else that was actually good. Okay. Saquon Barkley is a very good running back, and people forgot how good he was because they want to say he's injury prone. He wasn't injury prone last year when he was helping the Giants win some games. Okay, so stop all that crap that y'all been spewing. We're not going to smear his name like he's an injury prone 32-year-old. He's 27 years old, and he still has played really good football, and he still is in good shape. He still is a top back in the league. They're only saying this because he's in Philadelphia. And I'm tired of that narrative. That narrative got to stop. Okay? They swore down A.J. Brown was injury prone. Titan fans told me A.J. Brown wasn't going to stay healthy. Wait until you see A.J. Brown. He's going to get hurt and he's not going to be able. All right, well, how's he doing? Because he was able to stay healthy. He missed one game, and that was last year. And that was because of the turf again. That's the only thing that will keep any player down is that sorry-ass field. But he ain't going to worry about the turf. He's not on the turf anymore. He's on the field that's actually going to be good to run with cleats on the football field. He's not going to have to worry about the turf for a while until he goes back to MetLife. So again, stop the nonsense that he's not going to be able to stay out. I think he'll be in the MVP conversation. I think he'll have more rushing yards. I think Jalen Hurts touchdowns in 2024 is going to be, I think in the air it's going to be less. Because I don't think you're going to need that many. Because I think they're going to hand the ball off to Saquon a lot more. I think that giving Jalen Hurts a weapon like Saquon Barkley, who, by the way, not only can run the ball, but can catch out the backfield. He's a complete back. You got to watch him out the backfield now. I think Jalen Hurts' touchdowns are going to be up too, but I don't think they're going to be way up like a lot of people think they are. I think they're going to come down just a little bit because I think the running game is going to be the one that's going to really destroy a lot of teams. I think when you got a running back like Saquon Barkley, it's going to take a lot of toll on that. It's going to take a very good defense coordinator to stop all those weapons, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. The only way you stop this offense, like I said, you take them off that field. I think it's going to be too explosive for teams. How are you going to stop this offense? This offense is going to be running through everybody like a wet paper bag. You got the best offense in the NFL, and you got the best running back in the backfield on that offensive line. I'm sorry, in that offense with two number one receivers that are elite, an elite quarterback, an MVP quarterback. Well, not MVP quarterback, a second All-Pro quarterback, a Pro Bowler, and Jalen Hurts, going in his fourth year, still has something to prove. And the Pro Bowl tight end is Goddard. Yeah, I think people should be scared of what this team. I think teams are going to be scared because I don't know how you're going to stop this offense. When you look at this offense and you look at the way this offense can be ran, it's scary. It's scary. I don't think this offense has ever looked this scary. You got to go back to probably like Marshall Faulk in the Rams when they had Torrey Holt and the other receiver, what's his name? With Kurt Warner and all of them. Like that's the only offense I can see that's anything close to this Eagles offense right now. On paper right now. Now again, they got to go on the field and show it, but I don't think they'll have any issues doing that. It's going to be up to it's all up to the offense coordinator, man. Kellen Moore has all the pieces in the world. Nick Sirianni has all the players in the world. It's up to them. Nick Sirianni just needs to stay out of the play calling. That's all he needs to do. He needs to just worry about being a puppet cheerleader / head coach. Okay, just worry about yelling on the sidelines. Okay, but we got the offense coordinator, and I think our defense coordinator is going to be aggressive. I think our secondary is going to be a lot better. I think it's going to be tough for teams to play us. That's why I'm so confident what my prediction was when I said it before. Because I don't see any team that's a really threat. You look at this schedule and it's all wins to me. Now again, you can lose one of those games that maybe people don't expect. Right? But I do think that we're going to play a lot of teams, and I think the only way we lose is we shoot ourselves in the foot. We're not going to lose because teams are going to beat us. No, we're going to lose because of inflicted wounds, dropping balls, not hitting our assignments like we're supposed to. Coaches not making smart decisions. That's how you lose games. It's not because we're a bad football team. It's not going to be because of that. We're going to show you that we're going to score points on you. And I think the first game we're going to blow out. I have a feeling we're blowing out the Packers week 1. I think we'll blow them out. I don't think the Packers are as great as a lot of people think. I think they had a great year last year. But, dude, I don't think they can. Jalen Hurts destroyed them before. And I think he's going to do it again. But I also conceded to being a close game. But when I look at the Packers, I see the Falcons week 1 where everybody was telling me that it was going to be a close game, and we blew them out. So I can see us maybe blowing them out, but I also can see being a close game. It depends, if they start out slow, then it'll be a close game. But that's a little bit further down the road. Okay, we got training camp coming around. Okay, Eagles practices in pads are going to start coming. Joint practice for the public is going to be seeing this team soon. Well, they're going to have the fans out at the link. Unfortunately, I'm not going because I'm not paying $20. I really want to go, but it's like, do I want to pay $20? And then not only you got to pay $20, you got to pay $20. You got to pay more to find parking. Now, if you take the train, which I got a train station near me, but honestly, I just don't want to go. I don't want to go. I'd rather go to a game than I'd rather go to a joint practice. Hey, it would be cool, but I got work. I'd rather work than yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Tickets probably sold out by now, but joint practice used to be free, and now it's $20. I'm not paying $20 for that shit. Hell no. I'm not paying for that. Anyone who blames Jalen for the Super Bowl is a complete idiot. Well, there's a lot of people who blame Jalen Hurts for it. And I just want to say to those people, I'm sorry that you feel that way because it wasn't Jalen Hurts' fault. If you think it was just Jalen Hurts' fault for why we lost the Super Bowl, then you weren't watching the same game. You were looking for someone to blame, and you should have blamed the head coach. You should be blaming John. You blame. If you want to look for someone to blame, you got to blame the coaches for that because they choked that game away. It had nothing to do with Jalen Hurts. Listen, Jalen Hurts made mistakes. Listen, he's not going to be perfect. If you thought Jalen Hurts was going to be perfect in the Super Bowl and not make one mistake, you're crazy. Because every quarterback in the Super Bowl has not always been perfect. Let me know. I've seen so many quarterbacks that won Super Bowls that threw a pick at least. That threw a pick 6. And still went out and won the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Mahomes had one of the worst Super Bowl performances, if you want to be real, against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. People are not saying anything bad about him. No, because he started winning. If Jalen Hurts starts winning the Super Bowl the following year, I don't think they're going to be saying anything too much about him. And it's cool because it's coming. It's coming. The Saquon piece was the boost to get back there. You got a legit running back. All you got to do is use them now. You fix that offense corner situation. Kellen Moore, I think it's gonna design an offense that's gonna be really effective. I think you upgrade your secondary with adding Cooper DeJean, and Mitchell in the draft. You got a lot of talent on this team. So there's no reason why this team can't get to a Super Bowl. I truly believe this team is a Super Bowl team. I do. I truly believe we're at least going to make it to at least an NFC Championship. I'd be lying if I say this team, can't get past, can't win. I mean, come on, bro. They're going to win more games than they're going to lose. I think they lose at least one game, maybe 2 games. I think they lose 2 games at the minimum. And I don't think they're the teams that everybody thinks we're losing to. I don't think we're losing to Baltimore. I said it before. I think we'll beat the Bengals, and I think we'll beat the Ravens. I think we'll lose to someone like the Rams. I think the Rams in LA is going to be where we fall a little bit. Because I think the Rams, the way they got beaten last year by that Eagles team, they're going to want their payback. And Sean McVay is going to be a very aggressive offensive coach. And I think they get us in LA. I think that's a loss. And I think the game in Tampa Bay, going back to Tampa Bay, I think that might be a loss right there. Okay? But other than that, I see W's. Right? Again, I can pull up the schedule, and I'm not scared of none of them. I got the schedule still. Hold on, let me find it. I'm not scared of any team. You know who they should be scared of? Our team. And what we can do to them. Because we can run it down your throats, and we can throw the ball. So again, I'm not worried about it, man. I'm not worried at all. I have no doubts that we can win more games. I still think it's 15-2 for me. People talk about 14-4. Okay. People talk about, it's too early. No, it's not too early. Look, if you are scared, just let me know. Just say you're scared because you don't want to be a man about your team. You're afraid. You're afraid of looking like an idiot. I'm not. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I see week 1 as a W. I think we'll beat Green Bay. I don't think Green Bay is better than our team. I don't think they have a better quarterback than we do. I think Jalen Hurts is going to show again in another country what he is, and that is a star. And I think Barkley is going to go off in that game. I think we win that game 28-21. I think it's going to be a good game. I think matter of fact, no, I'll say it again. I think it will be 31-17. Eagles on top of the Packers. We'll beat them. We'll beat the Packers. 31-21 will be my finals to say. So 31-21, we beat Green Bay. This is the second game. We have the Falcons. That's a W. I got us winning 38-6. I don't think Kirk Cousins beating us in Philadelphia. I got us winning 38-6. We beat the Falcons week 2. Week 3, I got us beating I got us going to New Orleans and beating them. Jalen Hurts is their daddy. I'm not scared of the Saints. I don't fear Brandon Carr. I don't fear the receivers. I don't fear their offense, and I don't fear their defense. Yes, they got it's a hard place to play. I know we don't do good in the dome. I understand that. But this ain't Carson Wentz. This is Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts has owned the Saints. Jalen Hurts is beating the Saints. And I want my W back that I end up losing because I had a stinky quarterback in Gardner Minshew who couldn't throw a ball. I need that W. Okay. So I think we win that game. I think it'll be 28-14 Eagles. So that's 3-0. Starting good, right? The Buccaneers game is where we lose this game. I think Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers, there's always something about that team. You're coming off a playoff loss from last year. There's going to be high emotions in that game. Devin White's going to be coming back home. And I think the Buccaneers, I think it's going to be a tight game, but I think the Buccaneers run away with it. I think it's going to be a low. I think it's going to be a good game, but I think the Buccaneers pull it off. I think they win 21. I think they win 28-24. Okay. I think the Eagles fall short to them. Okay. Still 3-1. Okay. All right. The Buccaneers, one thing about them is, I mean, week 4, I think that's where you lose your first game. Okay. Then you have a bye week. All right. So you're 3-1. So now you'll be 4-1 because the bye week is kind of a W, I think. Then you got the Browns. That's a W. I'm not scared of Deshaun Watson. I'm not scared of the Browns. Okay, they do not scare me. Okay, the doo-doo Browns don't scare me at all. You come to Philadelphia, you're going to lose. First of all, Deshaun Watson's never played. Deshaun Watson's going to come back to Philadelphia. Good for him. Because I hope he sack his ass. Okay, there's no masseuses in Philadelphia, so he ain't getting a massage there either. Okay, and we're going to beat Deshaun Watson. We're going to beat the Browns. Yes, they got a great defense. So do we. We're going to have a great defense also. They got nothing that really scares me. Yes, Amari Cooper is there. Cool, we got corners that can lock them down. I'm not scared of the Browns. That's W. We're winning this game, and we're beating them really good too. It's a 31-14 game. I got us win 31-14 Eagles. I think we expose the Browns. I think we blow them out, and I don't think they're going to beat us. That's 5-1. The Giants, that's a W. 42-16. I think we blow them out. Okay, 42-16. Okay. The Bengals, that's a W. I got us going into Cincinnati and beating Joe Burrow. 28. I know the Bengals are weird. I think we get them in Cincinnati. I think Jalen Hurts plays really good against elite quarterbacks. I think Joe Burrow is going to play good, but I think Jalen is going to play better. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to get the W. I think it's going to be a very high-scoring game. I think Jamar Chase is going to get added. I think Jamar Chase is going to get some catches. But I also think AJ and Devontae are going to be too much for that Cincinnati Bengals defense. I think Saquon Barkley is going to run on them like crazy, and I don't think they're going to stop our offense. Cincinnati Bengals, I think we get to Joe Burrow a couple times with some sacks. He's not going to outrun you, but he can move a little bit, but he's not going to outrun you. Okay. I think that the Bengals secondary is a little bit better, but I think Jalen Hurts is a better quarterback. I said it a lot. I like Jalen Hurts over Joe Burrow, and I stand with that. I got us beating the Bengals 29. No, I'll take that back. 24. Yeah, let's do 24-20. No, let's do 26-24. 26-21. Eagles on top of the Bengals. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6-1. Good so far. Then we go to Jacksonville, comes to Philadelphia. Doug Peterson comes back home. We beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. Not scared of them. Trevor Lawrence don't scare me. I think it's going to be a different. I think we blow them out. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is beating us. I got the Eagles winning 38-17. I'm now, let's say 38-20, 38-19, 38-19. Eagles on top. That's 7-1. I got then we go to Dallas. This is a November 10th, 425. We're going to win that game. Well, no, this is where I got us with a second loss right here. When I look at the way it's set up, right? You beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. Then you play the Dallas Cowboys. This is where I have us losing this one right here. And I had to think about this for a while because I was like, oh, we're going to sweep Dallas. They always split with us. And 425 game, November 10th, okay, this is where they're going to be very good at. This is where they're dangerous at. Okay, this is the Cowboys season right here. This is where they start showing that they're Super Bowl contenders, every time. This is where they get their wins, and this is where they start trying to prove themselves and all that shit. Cool, let them have it, all right? But I think it's going to be a close game. And I think in Dallas, you already know that the refs are going to always try to dictate the games. I'm not going to blame the refs, but it's going to be a tough game. I think the Eagles lose this game, but I think it's going to be a close one. I think it's going to be 32 to 29. I think the Cowboys win by 3 points. Okay. Well, no, not 20. No, let's do it. Let's do another one. 34 to 31. I think Cowboys win 34 to 31. You know what I'm saying? I think they get us right here. All right. So you still, that's 7-2. You're still in the lead, right? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So you're 7-2. Okay. You beat Washington. I think you beat Washington. I think you go. Then you got Washington coming to Philadelphia, a rookie quarterback. I don't think it's going to be a dynamic like. I think it's going to be, division games are tough. This is going to be a tough game. Washington always plays us very well, but I think we win this game. I think we win 28-21 Eagles. Now you're 8-1. Then you go to LA, and I think you beat. Matter of fact. Let me change the Cowboys score. Let me change the Cowboys loss, and let me give that to the Rams. I think the Rams get us right there. The Cowboys, I think, will beat them. Now I'm thinking of it. They don't even know if they're going to have the receiver ready. So, yeah, we might be able to beat them. We might beat them. So, matter of fact, 32-31, 34 to 31 Eagles on top of the Cowboys. 34 to 28 Eagles. All right, so now you're 8-2, or 8-1, excuse me, and then you beat Washington. You're 9-1. So now this is where you lose right here to the Rams. The Rams are a tough team. Okay, anytime. Listen, the Rams got better this offseason. I do think they drafted very well. Okay, they're going to be ready for us. Okay, we're coming off a home game versus Washington. We're going to be amped up to go to LA. And I think they're going to be ready for us. I think this is the trap game right here. November 24th, 8:20 p.m. You already know it's an 8:20 p.m. game. Okay. Last year was a 4:25 game in LA. This is an 8:20 p.m. So this is going to be LA football right here. Okay. And I think the Rams get us right here. I think it's going to be a close game. But I think we're going to lose this game. I think we lose this game 25 to 22. I think 25-22. Rams on top of the Eagles, and they beat them. It just it happens. We get mad at Bradbury because he misses a tackle. There you go. Sorry about that. Yeah, so something like that, or we miss a tackle and we lose the game in a wild one, 25-22. Rams beat the Eagles. We're still 8-2, feeling good. Then you take it out in Baltimore. Baltimore, everybody talk about Baltimore, how great they are. We get Baltimore in Baltimore. We beat them, and we win. We go into Baltimore. We take our anger in Baltimore, and we beat them by a score of. And I think it's going to be a close game, but I think Eagles win. 38-31. I got the Eagles winning 38-31. I think the Eagles beat Baltimore. I think after they lose to the Rams, They go to Baltimore and they beat the Ravens. Okay. Then Carolina comes home. We blow the Carolina Panthers out. I'm not worried about them. Okay. We're blowing them out. I think this is going to be a 41, matter of fact, 32 to, I don't know, 10. 31 to 10. How about that one? 31 to 10. 31 to 14. Is that better? 31 to 14. 31 to 17, excuse me. 31 to 17. Eagles beat the Panthers. Russell Wilson comes back to Philadelphia. We're beating them. Like I said, I don't take Russell Wilson seriously. I do like their defense. I think it's going to be 31-28. Eagles take care of the Steelers. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So you're 12-2. Looking good, right? Washington, that's a W. We're sweeping Washington. I recalled it. Then the last game, you have Dallas in Philadelphia. Sweeping Dallas. So now it's 15. That's 15 right here. So that's 14-2 right here. And then the last game versus the Giants, that's a W. By then, you probably would sit your starters out. But I think Kenny Pickett can beat the Giants. I think the Giants by then are going to be tanking for a fucking quarterback. And they're going to go after either Shadir Sanders because they're going to realize Daniel Jones is terrible and they have no offensive line. And Giant fans are going to be in tank mode. By week 6, they're going to be in tank mode. And we're going to be in playoff mode. Ready to compete for another Super Bowl. We're ready to go back to having home field advantage and through the playoffs. The first 6 games, week 1 versus Green Bay, you got us winning. Week 2 versus the Atlanta Falcons, you got us winning those games. First 6 weeks, you said okay. Yeah, I mean, dude, when you look at them, they're not a threat like a lot of people think they are. And that's what I'm saying. Like, people got to stop looking at the team and look who they have to go against. Okay, the Packers have to face the Eagles. Okay, the Falcons. The Browns. They have to face the Eagles. The Ravens have to face the Eagles. Every team I'm not scared of because they got to see us. And they got to see us somehow, some way, either in their building or in our building. And none of them are easy games. None of them are easy gimmies. You got to fight for every last bit of it, especially with Jalen Hurts on the center. Because I know one thing, my quarterback's going to do everything he can to keep my team in the lead. And it's going to be up to your quarterback if he can stop my quarterback from outscoring your quarterback. Can he compete with my quarterback? Or is he going to fall apart? Because if you go one-on-one with Jalen Hurts and you can't, and your defense can't stop my offense, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. If you can't stop that running game, you're in trouble. If my defense can get you to a 3 and out and hold you to 3, or you can't get anything on the ground or anything in the air, and we shut you down for most of the game, you're not winning. So again, it's going to be up to the offense corners. Listen, you can have all the talent you want. If the offense corners can't put you in the best position to see, and your offense corner is looking like Brian Johnson who can't call a play to save his life, then we have problems. But if your offense corner can call plays that I think Kellen Moore can call, I really do think Kellen Moore is a genius when it comes to offensive play calling. And I think if you allow him to do his job, I think that he's going to get this offense to a next level that we haven't seen. I think it can be better than what it was in 2022, and that's scary. Because in 2022, you were scoring a lot of points. You couldn't stop this offense. It was pick your poison. How you stopping this offense? And if you add a Saquon Barkley to this offense, it's too much for a lot of different teams to stop. Okay. It's going to be very interesting how the teams are going to play us. Because it's like, okay, do you want to take away the running game? What is with this fucking ass? Get out of here, man. Get out of here, bro. Sorry about that. But I'm trying to say is like, how you stopping this offense? You got Saquon in the backfield. You got to pay attention on him. You gotta have a guy have a spy on him, and then you got to spy on Jalen Hurts because you don't want him to take off with his legs. And then you have to make sure AJ and Devontae don't burn you downfield for a touchdown. Okay. So again, it's going to be interesting how these teams are going to play us. Because if I was the defense coordinator, I mean, how do you want to lose? I might want to lose with Saquon just killing us in the running game. Because I don't want A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith to burn me. I don't want my secondary to be valuable for a deep pass. So I might just let the running game try to expose me a little bit. And hope that my defense can get in the backfield and stop Saquon. But I already know that if you make what thing about Saquon is he's hard to bring down. He's hard to bring down because you can't just tackle by the legs. He's too strong for that. And he can make you miss. It's one miss and he's out the door. So he's slippery and if he can get to the edge, and he could get to the second level, he's gone. That's where the explosive runs come from, where the teams can't make plays. And I think with this offense, there's going to be so many guys, opponents, especially on defense, that are going to try to tackle him, and they're not going to be able to bring him to the ground. That he's going to be able to just like get to the second level, and that's what you have to worry about if you're in defense. I mean, so it's going to be very interesting. So it's a Philly thing. Has us first game week 1 versus Green Bay Packers, a W. Week 2 versus Atlanta Falcons, he has a W. Week 3 at the Saints, he has a W. Week 4 at the Buccaneers at the W. Week 6 versus the Browns, he has a W. Week 7 at the Giants, he has a W. And Eagles start 6-0. I can see that. So what games do you – okay, and then he said week 8, Bengals. You think we're going to lose to the Bengals? See, I don't feel that way. Because I don't think Joe Burrow can go toe-to-toe with Jalen Hurts. I think the only way you lose to the Bengals if you come out flat, right? But if you shut down Jamar Chase, I don't think the Bengals can compete with the Eagles. I don't. They lost a lot of receivers this year. I don't think they replaced any of them. They lost Tyler Boyd. Okay. T. Higgins might not be on the team. He might get signed, but they only have T. Higgins and now Jamar Chase. I mean, I don't think they're a threat like a lot of people think they are. I think you could beat the Bengals. I think the Bengals are a W. He got the week 9 versus Jaguars W. Okay, so you got the Jaguars. After that, we lose to the Bengals. All right, so you have us beating Jaguars. At the Cowboys, a loss. You got the Cowboys. So you think we're going to lose to the Cowboys? I think we beat Dallas the first game. It's a 425 game. Everybody's going to be – I think we win that game. The Commanders a W. I mean, you should expect the W, especially against the Commanders. With the Rams, a W. Week 13, the Ravens, a W. Week 4 versus the Panthers. You got the Panthers a loss? I don't know about that one. I think the Panthers are going to be. I mean, why do you think the Panthers are a loss? I don't think the Panthers are a loss, bro. But you'll have your opinion. I respect it. Steelers a W. Week 16 at the Commanders a W. Week 17 versus Dallas Cowboys, a W. Week 18 versus Giants, a W. Yeah, I don't think we lose to the Panthers. I mean, but you know what? Hey, crazy things have happened, right? We did see that, listen, man, you know, just because, I might not see the mean, it may happen. We did see crazy things happen before. I mean, we lost to the Jets last year. Who would have thought that we were lost to the damn Jets? We did though. So I mean, you never know what team you can lose to. The teams that we might not think we can lose to, we lost to, right? In 2022, you lose to the Taylor Heineke and the Washington Commanders. Even though that was complete bullshit, they didn't beat us. We just shot some, but they won. You know, so I mean, and then you lose to the 49ers last year, which I didn't think we would lose to them. So I mean, you know, it's going to be tough. It's not tough. It's going to be interesting what happens. But I mean, if you lose to the Panthers, I mean, we got issues, man. I don't know, man. I mean, we'll see. Maybe the Panthers will be better. I don't know. They did draft a lot of good players this year, so maybe they do have a new coach. So, but I don't think they're going to be a threat like a lot of people think they are. But the reason I would lose to the Panthers is because the Eagles have been notorious for playing down to the competition. Yeah, I agree, but it's going to be in Philadelphia. Okay, I think the Panthers are going to be a still young team, but if we do lose to the Panthers, it's going to be because of our defense or coaches not putting guys in the right positions, or us playing too conservative against a mobile quarterback. I do understand your point. I just don't think the Panthers are a threat like like when we lost to the Panthers in, remember when Cam Newton beat us, and that was when we were up 17 points. You remember that game? And that was horrible, bro. Because we should have won that game. We were up 17 points, and we blew that game to the Panthers. Right? That was the Cam Newton when he came back and beat us in Philadelphia. We were up big on them, and they came back and beat us. If that happens again, man, I don't know, man. You might see a rant out of me. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I can see where a team like the Panthers could sneak in and win, because you're gonna be doing a lot of winning, right? There might be a chance where the Panthers, a team that no one thought could beat us, beats us, because in the National Football League, teams that you might not think can beat you, like the damn Jets last year. We did not think we would lose to the Jets. We did though. Yo. Um. So maybe I could, that could be a very, very sneaky team right there. I hope not, because I don't think the Panthers are good. The reason, the reason they have us lose to the Panthers, the reason I have us lose to the Panthers is because Eagles are notorious for that. I get that. I get that. I get that. Yes, I remember that was painful defeat when we blew a 17-point lead. Yeah, that I hated that game a lot, and there was so many issues in that game, man. There were so many issues in that game that I didn't understand. Number one, that was the game where Carson Wentz stood. There was a couple throws that wide receivers were dropping balls. Um, yeah, that wasn't a fun experience for me, man. I did not enjoy that one bit. I did not appreciate the fact that you blew a easy opportunity. I wasn't I wasn't a That wasn't a nice game to remember, man. I don't want to remember that game. And then And no, that then you had that Panthers safety body slammer. Wasn't he the one who body slammed a player, man? Yeah, he body slammed Zach Ertz on the ground, then try to um, take out Carson Wentz's legs, and then you allow him to come and and you lose to that team. Yeah, I did not appreciate the way. What was that one safety's name? What's his name? Um, what was his name? Was it Reed? It was, yeah, it was Reed. It was yeah, he was with the 49ers, and yeah, yeah, that was the dude where he got mad at Malcolm Jenkins, and he yelled, he tried, and he flipped Zachers on his what is she doing? Sorry about that. Yes, remember when there was painful defeat when we blew a 17-point lead to the Panthers? Yeah, dude, why is it always fucking popping up, bro? Stop doing that shit, man. Fucking irritated the computer. Sorry about that. Yeah, the Panthers game. Yeah, I remember that game. Yeah, we blew a 17-point. Yeah, that was horrible, man. That was hard. That was 2018, bro. Are you fucking serious, dude? There you go. That was 2018. I remember because that was when Carson Wentz came back off the ACL injury, and yeah, the complete asshole safety from the Panthers that they signed. Um, Decided to try to hurt Carson Wentz by try to tackle his knee legs, and then body slam Zach Ertz when Zach Ertz was trying to defend him. Yeah, I remember that. Yep, that was the game. I mean, yeah, I just don't think the Panthers are really going to get. But we'll see, man. We'll see. Yo, this Eagles team. One thing about them is they have a lot of teams that they're going to have a chance to prove on, right? And we're going to have three elite teams right here. We got the Bengals, the Browns, and the Ravens. I think are going to be, are going to be tests for the Eagles, and I think the Eagles are going to once again going to show that they can be elite teams because we're going to hear the narrative. Watch, we're going to hear the narrative, and this is where I want y'all to understand this narrative that we're going to be playing cupcake schedules is going to come out, or it's going to be the reps are helping the Eagles, and they're not getting the calls because every time the Eagles win, it's always some excuse from another fan base. We're not playing fair. They're not calling the calls on the Eagles. Eagles are pretenders, are not real contenders. Good luck in the play. All that shit, you know. And I just want to say, like, be careful. Hey, it's gonna be fun playing these teams, man. I can't wait till we play teams like that because this Eagles team this year, I think, is getting more disrespect than they're actually getting more praise. I think they talk about Saquon Barkley a lot, but they also talk about is this offense going to be the same? And I just love it because when you put doubts on this Eagles team, all they do is show that they're that team. I think changing your offense coordinator is a huge difference maker, and you change mostly your coaching staff. Look, when you have a guy like um, Brian Johnson who's not experienced, you're not winning games. I'm sorry. You need coaches to help players. It's not just the players who help coaches. The coach is supposed to teach the players. And when you got a quarterback slash offense coordinator who's supposed to know the offense, who's been around for especially the 2022 year, obviously didn't take notes from Shane Steichen. Looked like a flat, disgraceful rookie calling plays, especially offensive coordinator Brian Johnson, who couldn't even call plays. Is your offense coordinator, you're going to have your trouble. What I'm trying to say is you need coaches to put your players in the right positions. And we're seeing it so many times, and hopefully we want to see this with Fangio or, any of these coaches where talent is beating coaching and they're covering up the weak spots of the coaching. I don't want to see that anymore, right? I said this with Sean Desai last year, that Sean Desai talent alone is making him better. It's not the other way around. This is why I had a problem with Jonathan Gannon and why people got mad at me when it said Jonathan Gannon led in sacks. Yeah, because his talent is winning him the games. But when your defense gets irritated because you're not really a coach, and then they start not covering for you, well, your weaknesses start coming through, right? And that's when you start seeing teams' weaknesses, like the Eagles especially, where the 49ers were exposing because they saw the weaknesses. And I've been saying it last year that defense coordinator Sean Desai should never been hired. We should have never hired Sean Desai. First of all, he wasn't a good defense coordinator with the Bears. Okay. The Bears, he was never a full defense coordinator. He was an assistant. There's no reason you should hire an assistant defensive coordinator who's never been a real defense coordinator in the first place. Why are we hiring assistants? Then you hire Matt Patricia, a distraction, a guy that doesn't get along with players. That's a red flag right there. Sean Desai, well, he had a great look at his scheme. Everybody told me Sean Desai was going to be great. And I said, Sean Desai is terrible. And then I started defending him a little bit because I'm like, all right, this guy's getting better. He's trying, he's doing this. And for the couple of games, he was trying a little bit. He was trying to be a defense coordinator. But then, then your talent of your defense is helping you through the flawed coaching and the flawed game plan that you're putting on display. Like the Bills game, why is it that you had the exact same plays over and over again against Josh Allen? Switch it up. You should have been attacking Josh Allen. You should have been allowing him to sit back and complete passes after passes. And yet you were letting him do that. You weren't sending any heat. And your linebackers were garbage. It doesn't help when you have trash bin linebackers like you have the linebacker that we signed from Chicago. I don't even remember his name. I don't really give a shit. He was horrible. That's why you had to sign Darius Leonard. And you had one good linebacker on your roster, and that was Zach Cunningham. So hopefully your linebackers are a lot better, which I think they are. I think Devin White is a very much upgrade over a guy like a Zach Cunningham or all these guys. I like Zach Cunningham, but he's not a Devin White. If Devin White can be what Devin White I think he will be, which I think he'll have a Pro Bowl year, I think Devin White is going to – I think Eagle fans are going to want Devin White back, and they're going to say this is another C.J. Gardner-Johnson situation. We have to sign him before he hits free agency because he's going to be really good. I do think Devin White's going to have a breakout year. I think C.J. has a breakout year. I think Slade's going to have a somewhat a breakout year. I think, I think Anais Smith is a guy that everybody's going to be uh, very happy about. I think he's going to show some things. Um, but we'll see. I think he's better than Nicholas Morrows. I think Devin White's an upgrade. I don't care what anybody says. It is what it is. Eagles will go 14-3. I think we're going 15-2 this year. I'm not scared to say that. One thing about me is I don't shy away from what I say. If I say something, I mean it. Okay? I think we're going 15-2 this year. I don't think we're going to lose more than 2 games this year. I think the 2 games are going to come down to teams, that we don't expect. I don't think we're going to lose more than 2 games. I don't. I'd be shocked if we lose more than 2 games, because I think this team is going to be too much for teams to handle. I think you're going to score a lot of points, and I think your defense is going to be arrested. And I think your defense all they're going to do, I think they're going to be a lot of turnovers. I think Fangio is going to be a lot more aggressive than a lot of other different defense coordinators that we had before. I think he's a lot better than Jonathan Gannon. I think he's a lot better than Sean Desai. I think he's a lot better than Matt Patricia, and I think he's going to be a lot better than what we had with Jim Schwartz. I think Fangio, the way he is, I think he's going to bring that little bit more of aggressiveness. Not too much aggressiveness, because I don't think he's aggressive defense corner like a Jim Johnson, but I think he understands how to run a defense and what guys will fit in his defense and what guys are going to succeed in the scheme that he's caused, where these other defense coordinators that were just plugging and playing these guys, and a lot of them, they didn't fit, or they didn't know their role or where they were supposed to go. Like the things that I saw from Sean Desai, when you're putting guys like Eli Ricks on a CeeDee Lamb, what the fuck? Why are we doing that? When you're putting guys like, I don't know, James Bradbury on fucking guys like, I don't know, Terry McLaurin. Why? But this is what we were doing. And then you're playing 15 yards off the football, and your linebackers are not hitting. They're not tackling. And every time they get the ball, they're bobbling the ball, and they're not making plays. They're dropping the balls in the end zone when it's literally in their fucking hands. So you're taking away opportunities to score points. And I think that hurts a defense, because when you have an opportunity to intercept the ball, you got to come through with that ball. And you got to make that play. And I think that defensive coordinator, Fangio, is not going to put up with dropping balls. Okay? Dropping interceptions right in your hands. You will be on that bench if you do not play to the standards that you know you'll be playing. And you're going to be held accountable. And I think there's more accountability being held with this coaching staff that we brought in. Okay, with Hunt and all these guys, the guys that we brought in, the linebacker coach. I like the linebacker coach. I think he's going to get the best out of each and every guy. I think Jeremiah Chard Jr. is going to be really. I think he's going to be a guy that. Matter of fact, I think he's going to be a rookie player to watch out for. I think that he's going to shock a lot of people in preseason, and I think he might get to start over Nakobe Dean. I do. I think he's going to make a lot of plays in preseason, and I think he's going to go crazy in the regular season. There's just something about him, man. Okay? I think that you upgraded a linebacker, and I think your linebacker's going to be better. I think your secondary is going to be a lot better. I think they're going to take away a lot of footballs. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's going to do what C.J. does, and he's intercept the ball. And I think there's going to be a lot of scheme-wise where I think it's going to be suitable for the players to adjust and be happy with, right? But we'll see. And I think your pass rush gets home. I do. I think Jalen Carter's going to have an all-pro year. I think Jordan Davis is going to have a great year. I think Nolan Smith is going to have a bounce-back year. I think he's going to have a better year. I think Brandon Graham's going to have a pro year. I think Milton Williams is going to be a breakout candidate to have a good year. I think these guys are going to eat. You know, you're going to have a rotation that's going to be really good. But I think the offense is going to be the one scoring a lot of points. But I think there's going to be some games where we're going to take away the ball and we're going to score points. I think CJ gets a pick six. I think Slade gets a pick six. Okay. I think the secondary is going to get a lot of interceptions. And I think we're going to force quarterbacks to have to, hey, throw the ball quickly or you're going to get hit. Okay. And one thing I think we're going to work, we're going to stop a lot of it. And I'm hoping that Fangio learns and he knows is when you're down, when you're up by 30, we're scoring 31 points. I don't need my defense to sit there and let the offense come back. No, stop them and let's go score more points. I'm hoping our offense continue to score points. I don't give a shit if it's 31-16. Score more points. I don't give a shit. I want 100 points on that damn board. I don't care. There's not enough. There's never enough scoring points in this league, right? If you're able to score 52 points against a team and they can't stop you, continue to score, run the scoreboard up. Why not? Why not? You know what I'm saying? Don't allow a team to come back. Keep your foot on their necks. And I hope Fangio understands that, which I think he will. C.J. Gardner-Johnson will be a ball. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson's going to have a Pro Bowl year. I think he's going to have 10 interceptions. I think he's going to have 5 pass break. I think he's going to have 16 pass breakups. No, I think he'll have 20. I think he'll have 21 interceptions, 2 interceptions to the house. I say he have 2 pick six, and I think he'll have 6 breakups. I think he'll be very, very. I think him and Isaiah Rodgers. I think those are going to be your if factors on your secondary. I think they're going to be very, very dangerous on that defense. Okay, ec1. Do you have us beating the Ravens because Jalen Hurts is a better quarterback? I have us beating the Ravens because I know who the Ravens are. I know what the Ravens are going to do. I think the Ravens are going to run with Derrick Henry, and I think until a team stops them, they're going to continue doing it. I think we're going to stop them. I think that when you are a Raven, listen, the Ravens signed Derrick Henry because they realized Lamar Jackson, the only way you win the Super Bowl is keep it out of his hands. That's the only reason why they signed Derrick Henry. It's because they know that only way they can win a Super Bowl is to run with Derrick Henry. That's the only chance they have of winning, because they know if they put in Lamar Jackson's hands, he's going to blow that game for them. That's the only reason. Because they wouldn't got another running back if they thought Lamar Jackson could win them the championship. Now, the reason why they got Saquon Barkley is because they want to take less away from Jalen Hurts so he doesn't have to take a beating. But they gave Derrick Henry they gave Lamar Jackson Derrick Henry because Lamar Jackson has shown when you have the ball in his hands, a lot of shit don't happen that's good in the playoffs. And they feel like if they have Derrick Henry in a running game, that maybe they can get slow that defense from attacking Lamar. Because last year they couldn't run the ball for crap against teams like that, where they were trying to do an RPO, and you know the Chiefs weren't buying it. Teams like the Texans somewhat weren't buying it. You know, they were shutting them down. They were holding them to 3. They were holding them to a punt. They were holding them to less than a yard. And the way to stop Lamar Jackson, because here's the thing, Lamar Jackson, if you watch a lot of times, the way they stop Lamar Jackson is they just knock the ball out of his hands. If you can get the ball knocked out of his hands, or you can fluster him a little bit and keep him in that pocket, he's going to make mistakes. He's not a guy that's going to throw the ball. He wants to run. He wants to run. Lamar Jackson wants to run the ball. He wants to burn you with his legs. He'll throw the ball, but he wants to run. He wants to set up the RPO. He wants to get his tight ends involved. If you shut down their tight ends and their receivers and make Lamar Jackson have to sit back for a while, with the ball in his hands, he's going to throw turnovers. Lamar Jackson wants to run. He wants to be outside the pocket. You do not want to keep Lamar Jackson in the pocket because he will make mistakes. That's why you were able to get to Josh Allen. That's why you were able to get the interception with Josh Allen. What did I say? Keep him in the pocket. Here he throws a pick to Bradbury. He overthrows Davis for a touchdown. He's missing wide open receivers. Why is that? Because when you keep a guy like that in the pocket, they get confused and they start feeling the pressure. And that's how you're able to get sacks. And I think the way to stop Lamar is for one, you make him hold the ball. And number two, you take away his running game. If you stop Derrick Henry, which we've done before, I'm not scared of Derrick Henry. He might bulldoze the Bengals over, but he ain't gonna bulldoze us because we're not the Bengals. We're not the We're not the Jaguars. We're not the Bills. We're the Eagles. And he tried that shit with us, and it ended up getting backfiring in his face when he was playing us versus the Eagles versus the Tennessee Titans. When he was a Tennessee Titan and he came back to Philly, we shut him down. You are not running and stiff arming us. And if you try to stiff arm us, we're going to throw you. We're going to bring you down to the ground. We were prepared for Derrick Henry. Okay. And A.J. Brown was on a different level. All right. That dude was just not human. Okay. In that game against Tennessee, he wanted to make that team pay for what they did to him. But no, Derrick Henry, I think it's going to be a little bit in a better offense. But I think Lamar Jackson is a guy that just wants to run. He wants to run. Now, he can throw the ball, and I've seen him throw the ball, but I think his strong suit is RPO, try to make the defense guess if they're going to run it or they're going to keep it on Lamar's hands, and you got to be on point. You do not want him to get it outside the pocket because listen. The Ravens, the way they win games is the RPOs. That's their bread and butter. Okay, they want to run the football. They want Lamar to take off using his legs. They don't want him hemmed in. They want him to get these receivers going. They want to throw these little slants to receivers and then big passes down the field. That's how they want to beat you. Okay, that's how they have to use Lamar Jackson. They can't use him strictly like Mahomes. They can't use him like Jalen Hurts, where he could stay in the pocket and throw lasers and dots. Okay. Lamar Jackson is a different quarterback. You have to use him like an RPO type of guy where you gotta make him use his feet a little bit. Right. And the plays that we saw last year with the Ravens and the way they were winning games was, what are we going to do? You think we're going to run? No, we're going to fake it. We're going to let Lamar take it off with his legs now. Now you got to go catch him. You ain't going to catch him. There's a touchdown right there. Oh, you think we're going to do it? No, watch us. We're going to fake it, and we're going to throw it over to the tight end for a first down. Or we're going to throw it to receivers. Okay? So that's how you have to stop Lamar Jackson. You have to make sure he's hemmed in the pocket. Because one thing about him is he's very, very bad with gripping the football. Because a lot of times when the ball, when a lot of times when the ball was knocked out of his hands, is when he's going back and trying to throw the ball on the run, or he was hemmed in the pocket and the defender was able to get through. So you're able to knock the ball a little bit out of his hands. That ball will come out. You will get turnovers against it. I can see the Eagles-Ravens game will be similar to the Bills game. No, I don't think it will be similar to the Bills game. Listen, that Bills game should not have been as similar to what it was last year. We should have blew the doors off that team. That team wasn't on our level. The only reason why they were on our level and competing against us is because Brian Johnson is an incompetent doofus who couldn't call plays to save his life. And you had Sean Asai who wanted to play guessing games and not call the right plays and want to pick a random play, that one. Instead of actually calling the right plays for the right game, he want to throw random shit out there, hoping that he can defend Josh Allen that way. And he was leaving guys wide open. That Brandon Cook Not Brandon Cooks. Dalvin Cook's brother. Wasn't whatever his the guy's name, Cooks, whatever his name. He dropped a potential touchdown. If he catches that ball, that's a touchdown. So there was a lot of, times where Josh Allen threw that ball and the receivers were dropping balls, where Josh Allen was also missing throws. Sometimes they were on the same page. But there was a lot of times where they were getting breaks. But, dude, it could have got ugly for the Eagles. And it looked like it was getting ugly for the Eagles. We were down by 34. We were down 32. I think we were down 24 points. And then we came in second half and Jalen turned it up. He said, I'm not listening to Brian Johnson anymore. He's a complete idiot, can't call plays. Nick said, I'm not listening to you anymore. Fuck you. You're a horrible puppet head coach who can't even show any balls in your pants to actually tell Brian Johnson he's an idiot. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to show you I can run this offense. Let me see the ball. And he goes out there and gets those points back. But your defense can't stop a nosebleed. Okay? Because you got Matt Patricia, you got Sean Aside, two complete jackasses, unexperienced defense coordinators / matter of fact, then one of them are not even defense coordinators. One's a defense coordinator that got exposed, and the other one's an assistant that should have never been hired. But you were desperate because you ran out of time, because you were taking your sweet old time trying to find another replacement for Jonathan Gannon, that you ran out of time. You had to say, oh, shit, we got to pick a defense coordinator that's going to be our puppet. Let's get to Sean Aside, who has no experience at all. Never been a real defense coordinator in his lifetime. Even with the Bears, he's been an assistant. He's never actually called plays as a defensive coordinator. Yet we hired him. So again, I mean, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. And he was worse than Jonathan Gannon, because at least Jonathan Gannon had some sacks production. He had none. He was worse than Jonathan Gannon. His numbers overall were horrible. They were worse than Jonathan Gannon. He was allowing so many quarterbacks to convert on first downs, giving guys like Sam Howell a quarterback record that shouldn't have been allowed. The fact that you leave Sam Howell look like Joe Montana against your defense is disgraceful. You're leaving bums like Zach Wilson look like Joe Namath from his prime. It's disgraceful. You're leaving guys like Matthew Stafford, who should be sacked for more than 2 times. It's disgraceful. Dak Prescott should not be converting fourth downs. I mean, for 4th and 3, and he's able to convert because your defense can't get off the field because your secondary is 15 yards off the goddamn ball, and your corners are too sorry to look up and see the ball and try to make a play. And your linebackers can't tackle for crap. And your secondary, your safeties can't make plays. They can't tackle for crap. They look at each other with dumb eyes. And dumb, like, oh, what, this is a big? Yeah, it's supposed to be you. You're supposed to tackle, dumbasses. That's what we paid you to do. They can't wrap up anybody because they were never taught that. Because Sean Asai never taught them that. Because he's not a defense coordinator. He's an assistant that got paid as a defense coordinator for the Eagles. To be the Eagles defense coordinator. And then you go hire, like, it's a mess, man. He should have never been hired. He's a complete dumbass who should have never had a job. And it's crazy. It's crazy that we had that last year. We're beating the brakes off the Giants. Oh, we're blowing them out. Dude, the Giants are terrible. I don't care what any Giant fan say. Listen, the Giants are in a rude awakening this year. They're not winning more than 5 games. They're losing week 1 versus the Vikings. I got them losing to the Vikings. I don't care what they say. That rookie quarterback is going to do damage to the secondary. They're not going to have anything. They're hoping Brian Burns is going to work out for them. That's the only thing they have to hope for, because that's the only thing they have. Okay? Their offense, how are they going to score points? Where are they going to score points at? Great, you got a number 1 receiver. All right, you got some guys that could be good, but you don't have an offensive line. You didn't improve that offensive line. Giant fans want to say, "Well, we signed offensive linemen." Stop, bro. You signed a bunch of 31-year-olds, and you want me to expect me to sit there and take y'all seriously? Stop it. The Giants ain't improved no offensive line. They have horrible offensive line every year. Their offensive line is terrible. Daniel Jones is the worst quarterback in the division. $40 million. I call him Sam Bradford Jr. That's what he is. He's Sam Bradford. He's injury prone. He's a first round bust. That's what Sam Bradford was. Injury prone and his first round bust. 2 knee surgeries. Only thing Daniel Jones didn't get is 2 knee surgeries. But he's coming off an ACL. He's coming off a back injury. And neck surgeries. And you paid him $40 million. And the Giants are stuck with him. And the dude doesn't care about anything but winning. He don't want to win. He needs Matt Miller Band concert tickets. His bonus will cover that. Come on, man. They're a complete mess. They're a complete mess. They're a complete mess, man. They got a bunch of rookies and they think they're going to compete. Stop it, man. They tell me Sexy Dexy going to beat the Eagles. Dexter Lawrence is overrated. That man don't do shit. The only thing he does is sit on his fat ass when Kelsey pushes him over for a quarterback sneak. He does nothing. He's overrated as hell. He's not a leader. I'm sorry. He's not elite to me. He doesn't do nothing against the Eagles. Don't try to sit there and say Dexter Lawrence. I love how when we put anytime Saquon Barkley shows an IG post, here comes these Giant fans with GIF of Dexter Lawrence. Who? Dexter who? Brandon Graham literally talked shit to him and everyone mic'd up and he said, "Oh, keep talking." And you didn't do shit. You didn't do shit. You didn't sack Jalen Hurts one time. You fat fuck piece of garbage. You didn't do shit. And you won't do shit. You didn't do shit in the last game when we played you. You didn't have a sack against us. You didn't do shit against us. And you didn't do shit in the game in Christmas Eve. We shut you down. He don't do shit. He do shit against the Commanders because those are the Commanders. He don't do shit against the Eagles, and he don't do shit against the Cowboys. He's a irrelevant defensive lineman who everybody don't even know who he is. Dexter Lawrence is. Some Giant fans told me Dexter Lawrence is top 10. Top 10 in what? Eating cupcakes? Top 10 in what? He not top 10 in sacking quarterbacks because he don't do that. You think I'm supposed to be scared of Dexter Lawrence? Man, I'm not scared of that dude. You could give him 5 million different names. He's a chump that we literally expose every year. This is the same dude Jason Kelsey bull rushed, right? He didn't do shit. Jalen Hurts literally made him look like a fool. Oopsie daisy, there goes your legs. Go sit down, man. I ain't scared of that. I'm not scared of Brian Burns. Brian Burns had literally, like, come on, man. But Brian Burns, I don't think it's going to be what everybody thinks he is. I think he's going to be a good player. I don't think he's going to be what Giant fans think he is. I don't think he's going to be a sack leader. I don't. I think he's going to a different division where it's going to be a lot tougher to sack the quarterback. You might get away with that when you play other teams, but you ain't playing against that Eagles team and you think you're going to get sacked now, man. Meet Lane Johnson. Sit your ass down. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Lane Johnson's going to bully him. He's going to treat him like a little puppy. Get over here, young pup. Sit down. You're not sacking Jalen Hurts. And if you're going to a ladder slide, well, you ain't getting where you're better off going to the you're better off hoping that someone can beat their blocks. Because that's the only time you sacking Jalen Hurts if he steps out that pocket. Come on, man. I'm not scared of that Giants team. Their defense is overrated. They talk about who's going to stop our defense. That's great. You got a great defense. Cool. Congratulations. I don't think you got a great defense. I think you got some good names. I don't think you have a great defense. Okay? They swore up and down Isaiah Simmons was going to do something for them. Didn't do shit for them. He's a free agent. So I mean, again, the Giants, they're a franchise that is just a horrible train wreck. They're a train wreck. They're a train wreck. They're not winning more than 5 games this year. They're not winning more than 5 games in 2024. They have a hard schedule. They're losing to the Vikings week 1. They're not beating them. You think they're beating Justin? You think they're stopping Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison? You think they're stopping that offense from scoring points? I know they're not. I think they're going to be the same Giants that we saw every year. They're not going. How are they going to score points? They got no running game. They're going to allow Daniel Jones to throw 40 to 50 times? Exactly what they're going to do. They're going to try to make Daniel Jones be a pocket quarterback, and it's going to fall on their face. I know what they're going to do. They're going to make Daniel Jones have to throw it 40 to 30 times a clip, and he's not going to be able to do that. They're going to put too much pressure on Daniel Jones, and he's going to make mistakes. He's going to have more turnovers than he had a while ago. Oh, it's going to be fun for the Giant fans. It's going to be fun for me. It ain't going to be fun for Giant fans. They're going to be miserable. And it's going to really hurt them when Saquon runs over them. And I love it. I love it because they honestly don't know how good Saquon is for them. They don't appreciate it until they have to see on another team what their team can be. Okay? These Giant fans, man, they're pathetic. You got Kyle Pitts on Bad Dog on there sending there saying Daniel Jones, if he was on the Eagles, can win just as well as Jalen Hurts. No, we can't. Daniel Jones is 10 times the equivalent to a fucking Mitch Trubisky. No, I wouldn't say Mitch. Yeah, no, he is. No, I wouldn't say Mitch Trubisky. He's more of a, again, Sam Bradford. He's a Sam Bradford. That's the only comparison you need to put him with. Sam Bradford. He's Sam Bradford. A first-round bust. Can't stay healthy. Throws picks. Isn't a great quarterback. Is an okay quarterback. It's not great. It's not good. He's not a franchise. He's a backup. He's a Sam Bradford. To say Sam Bradford is better than my quarterback is ludicrous. It's ludicrous. Bad Dog sitting there on live stream with Kyle Pizzle, sitting there saying to Giant fans that he truly thinks Daniel Jones could win with these weapons that Eagles have. First of all, Jalen Hurts had to earn those weapons, okay? Because if you remember right, in his first full season as a starter, he dealt with J.J. Arcega-Whiteside and Rager. He had to earn it. Everything he had to earn it. He didn't get it, okay? Your quarterback didn't have no competition around him, okay? Because if he had to deal with somewhat competition that Jalen Hurts had to go through, like the Deshaun Watson rumors, the Russ Wilson rumors, the Jimmy Garoppolo rumors, I don't think his quarterback would be able to handle that. Jalen Hurts was able to handle it. Okay, that's number one. So that shows you that is the mindset of a winner. Okay, the mindset of a leader, a mindset of not allowing little things to get to him. We know if you blow on Daniel Jones one time, he'll fall down like a stack of bricks. He'll fall down like a house falling down when a bulldozer hits the house and the house starts collapsing. That's how Daniel Jones falls. Daniel Jones is the same dude who couldn't stay on his own 2 feet when he had green grass in front of him. So please stop trying to stand like your quarterback is on my quarterback's level. There's 2 different comparisons. Okay, we got to stop the nonsense. Giants content creators are now sitting there trying to act like Daniel Jones is a good quarterback. It's just everything bad around him. No, it's Daniel Jones too. Daniel Jones is the worst quarterback in the division. Daniel Jones can't read a defense. Daniel Jones is very um is very bad when it comes to poise in the pocket. His pocket presence is trash. He doesn't have a good awareness where things are. And he can't, he doesn't have very good reading concepts on where to go when it comes to throwing the football. Okay? We've seen it many times where Jalen Hurts has all of those. Jalen Hurts knows where to throw the ball, and he can get rid of that football. He's not going to hold the football too long. Daniel Jones will hold on the football as much as he can. And he also throws a lot of bad balls. So we can stop the nonsense of Daniel Jones just has a bad offensive line. No, many times the offensive line was actually blocking for him, and he couldn't read the defense. Or he was struggling to read where the secondary was going because he couldn't, you know, move the players on defense, the cornerbacks, move them with his eyes. He can't do that. He was staring at receivers left and right. So stop it, all that garbage, because it's bullcrap. He stares at receivers. He doesn't move with his eyes to move these defenders around. He looks one way and he throws that exact same target. He doesn't have any pocket awareness. His pocket awareness is trash. It's piss poor. He doesn't know how to extend plays when they're broken down. He can run, but he's not, come on, we're not going to act like this guy is just, oh, his offense is bad, so that's the only reason why he's bad. No, stop it. If he was on another damn team, he would be a third string. He might not even be a starter on another damn team. He might be a backup. He might be holding the clipboard right now. You think if he's on the Kansas City Chiefs and they got to ask him to play one game, you think he's winning with that offense? I don't think so. I think he would struggle. If he has to win one game from Mahomes to get to the playoffs, I think he would fold. So we're not going to act like Daniel Jones is elite. He's not. He sucks. He's garbage. He's not even a capable good backup. He's a fourth string. He's a third string. He should be cut and never ever play football again. But I like how the Giants continue to pay him because he sucks. And I enjoy playing him because he stinks. And he's garbage. And he's piss poor with the pocket awareness. And he's easy to hit. And he's easy to rattle. He's a mindset of a 10-year-old in a 29-year-old man's body, or a 28-year-old or 24-year-old man's body. He's injury prone. He's not a good quarterback. He's Sam Bradford Jr. He's Sam Bradford Jr. What is Sam Bradford? He was a Heisman winner. First round pick. Bust. Bounce from team to team. Showed some flashes, but didn't do anything. And steals money. Sounds familiar, right? Daniel Jones is Daniel Bradford. Daniel Bradford is Daniel Jones. Sam Bradford Jr. Daniel Bradford. That's what we're going to call him from now on. Daniel Bradford. He is Sam Bradford Jr. Exactly what he is. He steals money from organizations like the Giants who are stupid enough to pay him and are stuck to pay him. And he's mediocre, can't stay healthy, and it's a bust. He's a first-round bust. Where he was drafted, he's not played close to that level. And they love bringing up the 2022 year. It's like, dude, the 2022 year, y'all got lucky. You got lucky. That's the only reason why you made it to the playoffs. You were lucky to be in there. And you should be thanking number 26 instead of you bashing him. It's crazy. I don't think Malik Neighbors is going to say Daniel Jones. because I don't think anybody can say Daniel Jones. They you got ESPN analysts talk about, well, Malik Neighbors might make Daniel Jones look better. Malik Neighbors might be crying by week 6 that he wants to be out of here because his quarterback can't throw him the fucking ball because his quarterback is too stupid and doesn't have the quarterback materials lined up in his head to actually be a successful quarterback. He's not a smart football player. He's an incompetent idiot most times with his decision making. Malik Neighbors ain't helping that. You think a rookie is going to help Daniel Jones? Like, what? Come on, man. What? This is the nonsense that I'm talking about, bro. These ESPN analysts be saying this shit, and it pisses me off. Malik Neighbors might help Daniel Jones, we know he's not good. Malik Neighbors ain't helping Daniel Jones. He might help Daniel Jones pack his bags because that's what the Giants organization want to do, but they can't. They're stuck with him, and they can't pack his bags because they stuck with him. All these Giant fans are telling me Saquon's going to get, yeah, let them. Just like the A.J. Brown, Tennessee Titan fans were telling me A.J. is going to get hurt. It's cool. It's going to blow up in their face. Giant fans need to worry about keeping their quarterback out of harm's way because they know they don't have an offensive line. Giant fans need to hope that they can at least win more than 5 games this year because I don't think they're going to win more than 2 games this year. I don't think they're going to win many games. I don't. They're going to be in last place in the division, right behind the Commanders. I think the Cowboys and Eagles are going to be fighting for that division. And I think it's going to be Commanders and Giants fighting for what they always do. Who's going to be in third, who might sneak in the wild card, and who's going to be out. The Giants are terrible. I think they got I like their coach. But I just think he's in a horrible organization. But here's the thing. I don't feel bad for him. But here's the thing. I don't care. I hope they have the worst season possible. I want every Giant fan to regret ever saying Saquon Barkley's injured because when he goes off on them, just keep that same energy. You thought Saquon wasn't in it? All right. You really think he's not going to do damage with that off? Remember, Saquon had no offensive line. He was dealing with your offensive line. He don't have that anymore. I don't know how you can't say Saquon's not going to have a better year with a better offensive line. I love it. I love it because we already know Saquon's going to go off. I got Saquon having over 1,000 yards, even more this year. I think it's going to be an all-pro running back. I think it's going to be in an MVP conversation. I think it's going to have, I would say, 22 touchdowns on the run. And I think he has 2 out in the backfield. So, I think he's going to have a lot on the ground. I think he's going to rush for, I'm going to say he's going to rush for a 100,000 yard. 1,000 yards. No, he'll have more than that. I think he'll have over close to 2,000 yards. I think he'll get there. I think he's going to have a lot of yards. I think he's going to go off. I think he'll have close to 2,000 yards on the ground. I think there's going to be a lot of where Saquon's going to get that ball and he's going to go off. I think you're going to see breakout games where he's going to go off and he's going to make one person miss and bye-bye. You ain't catching him. And you're going to see Eagle fans go crazy when he's running running all the way for a touchdown. It's going to be like we're going to be in the back of the end zone. And he's going to do what Adrian Peterson did to us and run all the way to the touchdown. They forgot how good Saquon Barkley was, and we're going to remind them. They forgot how good Jalen Hurts was when he's healthy, where Jalen Hurts is healthy this year. So you're going to have that mobility back. And they forgot how good he was. They're going to forget how good this offense can be with a stable offense coordinator that knows how to call plays, with a great defense coordinator that knows what he's doing, with a very good secondary that's improved, with a good defense that's young. Jalen Carter is going to sack the life out of quarterbacks, man. We're going to be eating quarterbacks alive. This secondary is going to be a lot aggressive. I think Fangio is going to have this defense playing with their heads on fire. Okay? This offense is going to be clicking nonstop with scoring points. I think we're going to be leading in a couple categories. We're going to lead in the number one defense through 4 of 5 weeks. We're going to be leading in number one in takeaways. I think or at least number 3 in takeaways. We're going to be the number one defense. I think we're going to be leading in receiving yards and pass attempts. I think that we're going to be leading in the running game, and Saquon Barkley is going to be on the same level when the season keeps going. Week 5, we're going to see power rankings where Saquon's going to be on that level with Christian McCaffrey. It's going to be Christian McCaffrey one week, and it's going to be Saquon Barkley in the next week, because it's going to be who's going to go off even more. It's going to be a close. It's going to be this close of who might be better. Because I do think Saquon Barkley can be just as good as Christian McCaffrey. I think he's even better than Christian McCaffrey. I think he's better than Christian McCaffrey. I do. I always said Saquon Barkley has more talent than Christian McCaffrey does. I just don't think he had an offensive line that can give him that. And I think he will have that in Philadelphia. I think he's better than Christian McCaffrey. I said it all along. You look at his runs that he had in the Giants uniform. It's dude is making people miss. These are not numbers that you do with a bad offensive line. Christian McCaffrey was not doing this in Carolina that Saquon was doing with the Giants. He was making that offensive line in Giants look decent when he's running the football. Okay? Some of the runs that he was making, the guys that he was making miss, I felt bad for him. It pained me to watch Saquon Barkley. When I was watching Saquon Barkley and just the way he was making cuts happen, I'm like, how is he not hurt? Like, you would think, like, the way Giant fans were talking about, that man should have been hurt many times because the beating that he was getting, the way he had to make everything happen to keep the drive alive when they're going 3-1, second down and third down, and it's 3rd and 2, and he has to make an explosive play to keep the Giants' chains alive because your offense stinks and your receivers don't do nothing because there's no receivers on your damn team and you got no quarterback, and your defense can't stop a nosebleed, and the only way to score points is through your running back. Eventually, he's going to get banged up. Okay, but you would think what all that offensive line that he had to deal with, that shitty offensive line that he had in MetLife, who couldn't block a nosebleed, who couldn't block me if I was running with them. Okay, I don't think could protect. If you asked them to protect you from the intruders in your house and you let your door unlocked, I think by the night you would be scared to not lock your door. That's how bad the Giants' offense was. They don't even know who their right tackle is. They can't get it done, can't get it right. They got one offensive line that might be decent. They drafted so many offensive players, and they can't get it right. With special offensive line, they don't know how to draft an offensive line to save their life. They can't get it right. Eric Flowers couldn't succeed. They drafted the Alabama dude. He sucks. He's looking like a bust. Look how many players the Giants drafted, and they failed in the face. So again, I mean, it is what it is. I see you exposing someone. Yeah, I was exposing Dan Sillio, but that's been a while. I'm done watching his shit. Daniel Jones is trash. He is garbage. What Daniel Jones? Okay, for Giant fans, consecrators to sit there and act like Daniel Jones could go to the Eagles offense, and they act like he could be better than Jalen Hurts is ludicrous. It's now you're putting your fandom in the way of real reality. Daniel Jones, I don't think can start for a UFL football team and be successful. I think if he went to a Canadian football league, I don't think he would be a starter. I think he'd be benched. Sorry. I think the Giants are in a rude awakening with Daniel Jones. I don't think he's a starter. And I don't think you're helping them by downgrading a running back. This GM for the Giants said that we don't want to give a 27-year-old running back more money because we don't want to pay the running back because we don't want to give Daniel Jones. Like he said that we don't want to give Daniel Jones a all-pro running back, or we don't want to hand off to a 5-year running back or a $5 million running back. Like, what are you talking about? So you rather pay Devin Singletary and you were offering Saquon Barkley only $7 million? Yeah, I would have went to Philadelphia if I was Saquon too. That's why I'm saying Giant fans should not talk a shit about Saquon Barkley. Blame your GM. Why was your GM on air? I mean, on Mike, on the mic. Mike was on him on Hard Knocks. This is Hard Knocks, and he said in his office, I don't think Saquon Barkley's worth that type of money. When he carried your goofy ass to the damn playoffs in 2022, you would not be on. As a matter of fact, you wouldn't have a job. You would probably been fired. He saved your behind, and he saved your coach behind. And yet, this guy got disrespected like he was just a bum. And if I'm Saquon Barkley, I'm looking at like, oh, you think I'm just a bum, right? You didn't want to pay me. You want to only pay me $7 million, but you were paying Daniel Jones $40 million, right? A guy that can't even stay healthy, can't even stay his own 2 feet, and can't, doesn't know how to win games without throwing pick six against an opponent with a rookie corner. Remember, what's that rookie corner that the Seahawks got? Who picked off Daniel Jones? Who stares at receivers too much? Who has no pocket presence to save his life? You want to pay him over a guy that's been your whole offense? The one that you drafted with the number 2 overall pick? That's been everything for your offense, that's really kept you in games? Those explosive runs that you're not going to have anymore? He gave you that, and you gave him nothing. But you want to act like this guy's man. I would feel so disrespected if I was Saquon Barkley. That is so disrespectful to say to Saquon. So what you're saying is Saquon's not worth more than a Devin Singletary, who you paid, who's 27 years old, who's not even better than Saquon. You rather pay Devin Singletary than Saquon Barkley. Makes sense to me. Stupid. It's idiotic, and he's another John Robinson. He will get fired like one. Mark my words. Joe Shane, whatever the dude's name is for the Giants, will get fired this year. He will lose his job. He will not be the Giants GM. They will fire him. That owner will fire him if he does not work out to where that it should work out. And that is the Giants should be at least a playoff team. If he do not win this year and they lose more games than win, if the Eagles go out there with Saquon Barkley and Barkley exposes them and rips that team apart, and treats them like bums and it kills them in the running game, and he puts up 1,000 yards on their fucking sorry ass defense, oh yeah, that GM is gone. That GM should be fired, and I think that GM will get fired. I'll make a prediction right now. I think he's fired by a week. I think he gets fired the first time he played the Giants. I think that's after that he's done. I think it's going to be so bad that GM John Mara is not going to do nothing but fire him. It's going to get that bad because that's why his job is on the line right now. If Saquon goes out there and he rips that Giants team apart, yeah, he's gone. Because that's a fireable offense. You wanted to pay Daniel Jones rather than pay Saquon Barkley. You franchise tagged him, and you only want to offer him $7 million. But then Giant fans want to say, well, if we offered him a contract, you offered him $7 million. That's not a damn contract. That's a low bargain, trying to lowball me into signing a cheap contract that meant for a bum like Daniel Jones should be getting. I should get more than Daniel Jones if I'm Saquon. Why am I getting less? I took that sorry quarterback to the playoffs, not himself. I'm the one who kept Eli Manning from falling apart. It was me and Odell Beckham Jr. in 2008. What was it? Saquon was drafted in what year? He was drafted in 2000. Yeah, so 2018. That was when Saquon came out. So 2018, it was me who I'm sorry, 2017, because Saquon was drafted. Was Saquon drafted 2018? Yeah, because that was 2018. 2018 was Saquon Barkley, Baker Mayfield, and I remember Baker Mayfield and the Sam Darnold situation. So dude, he's been the whole franchise, and you just gonna treat him like trash. Dude is 27. They made him look like he was 32. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I could see the Eagles Ravens game. I think I read that. We made Sam Howell look like Peyton Manning. Yeah, well, that's because you have experienced guys like Sean Desai who shouldn't have been fucking hired. And I was wrong because I thought he was going to be big. I thought he was going to be better than John again. But I start seeing it. I start seeing the flaws with Sean Desai. And when the Eagle fans told me that there was injuries, I said, I don't give a shit about injuries. Every team has fucking injuries. I don't care. Good defense coordinators make things out of nothing. Okay, Spags had injuries. I didn't hear no excuse from him because he went out there and still won. He put his guys in the right position to succeed. So shut the fuck up with injuries. Well, we got 4 corners out, and what did you want me or the defense coordinator to do? Call the right game plan. You're in cover 2 when you should be in cover 3. That's an issue. You're playing sticks defense against a mobile quarterback. That's an issue. If you know your defense ain't getting home, send a blitz. Do something. Stop sitting back and letting your guys get ripped apart. And this is what I was arguing with consecrators last year. And this is why I don't take them seriously. When they told me, oh, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. Now look at them. Now they acting like they said it. No, you did not. This is why I don't go Twitter spaces anymore. Because they were the same idiots who told me I'll relax. Sean Desai is a good defense coordinator. No, he's not. He's terrible. He's the worst defense coordinator. He's probably worse than Jonathan Gannon. His statistic-wise, he was worse than Jonathan Gannon. Because Jonathan Gannon at least got home. Jonathan Gannon at least put his guys in the right position to sack the quarterback. My problem with Jonathan Gannon was he played that against bad teams, but when you play the real teams, he got exposed. But he had better numbers than Sean Desai. And that was supposed to be your replacement. And then I don't want to hear excuses because then you go out and get guys like Roby, Bradley Roby, You go out and get guys like Shaquille Leonard, and you don't even use them. And one of them gets hurt, and the other one you don't even want to play. What does this clown say? Put up there. I'm not arguing with 14-year-olds, man. Some of these guys act like they're smart when they're really not. They have a mentality of a 14-year-old. Oh, I'm right. You're wrong. Well, how are you right? If I went on your show and exposed you for what you were saying was wrong, and you were telling me that I was wrong about everything I said, when I said this offense was stale, week one, to where we were when we lost the playoff game, and you telling me still that I wasn't right, then you must not be right. Because if I'm not right and you're not right, well, shit. Who was right then? It looked like I was right. But they're not going to ever admit that. And that's cool. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. Okay? Because let them think they're right. Just like when I say again, because I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to put up with the Fangio excuses when this guy has injuries and this guy is getting passed left to right. No, I think Fangio is actually going to do a lot better because I don't think he gives a shit about excuses. He's going to put guys in the right position to seed. So I know Fangio is going to show that he knows how to call plays. So we're not going to hopefully hear those excuses. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, the excuses last year were crazy, man. You know, when you got people with pom-poms on platforms, and I see them in my timeline, and it irritates me because this lady was supposedly saying she was an expert, and she over there with the pom-poms acting like a good win is barely squeaking against the Cowboys when you're barely keen to score points and your opponent is scoring more points than you, and you're allowing 28 points to be put back on that board because you can't get off the damn field because your defense coordinator sucks and your defensive players can't tackle for shit, and your offense looked like complete ass, and your quarterback looked like deer in headlights because your offense coordinator sucks and he can't call plays, and you want to put the pom-poms and you want to act like everything is good and dandy, and we should just sit there and we should take this W and we should just be quiet with the negativity, and you want to tell me everything that I am and how I should just set the W and well, W, shut the fuck up. I don't care. All right? This is the difference between me and these other Eagle consecrators. This is why I won't go to Eagles games, man. Because if I have to run into them, I'd probably get in a fist fight. I know they'll confront me. What did you say about me? I told you you're a fraud-ass fan. Exactly what you are. Do you want me to speak it again? Goofy-ass people, man. Weird-ass dudes on YouTube platforms. Weird-ass fans, females throwing pom-poms, and now they on timelines like they're king and shit. You got other consecrators clapping with them. Why don't I get a clap? I was right for most of the part. They never been right in their lifetime yet. Not one time have they been right about what has happened. It's always they're right, and when they're wrong, they don't want to show they're right. And it's cool. Listen, man. I like being the underdog. I like being the one who no one talks about. I like to be the sneaky dude that no one expects to win. You know, let them think that I'm not going to win. I'm always going to win. I'm always going to get mine. I can go many times and I can show recording clips of consecrators calling me out flat out. I don't know what I'm talking about. But the real truth is they don't know what they're talking about. Because when you look at the results, who's right? But I don't got time to do that. My guy Bobby Murphy was telling me we should take recordings of clips and you should just record them. I don't got time to do that shit, bro. Because that would take all day. And what's the point? What's the point? I don't care. Okay? Let them think what they want to think. Okay? I just don't want to see them on my timeline. Don't show them on my feed. YouTube keeps showing that lady on my feed. I don't want to see her. She annoys me. She has an annoying voice I don't like. I don't respect her. I don't think that what she did was cool at all. The way she talks over people, I don't appreciate that. And I don't respect the way she handled things. You were wrong, and you were completely wrong, and now you have an issue with me. Why you have an issue with me? I didn't do shit to you. I told you that the pom-poms weren't going to help you. I told her we were going to win games like that. Now you want to act like you the expert. All right. It is what it is. I've been a long Eagle fan. I've probably been more of an Eagle fan than she has. She about my age. I can tell she about my age. Well, she's probably 31, so I'm 24. I don't know how old she is. I don't care. I'm a different Eagle fan than a lot of these Eagle fans. A lot of Eagle fans are emotional. A lot of Eagle fans are fans. I'm not a fan. I'm a realistic fan. I'll tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. That's why I respect guys like Joby Shakes. That's why I respect guys, some of these consecrators, that I rock with, because they keep it real. Some of these ones, they lie. They lie. They act like nothing's wrong with this team when there's something wrong with this team. And they never want to admit when someone else who they might not want to hear be right. It hurts them inside deeply. They'll never give them their credit. And it's sad. It's sad. And they're the one with 1,000 subscribers. And they never help anybody else out. They talk about everybody is there to we all Eagle fans. That's bullshit. No, we're not all Eagle fans. Not every Eagle fan is the same Eagle fan, and not every Eagle fan is there to help each other. Because the truth is, every Eagle fan is there for themselves. Because if that was the case, every Eagle fan would have 1,000 subscribers, and that's not the case, is it? So stop with all that bullshit, bullhonky, lovey-dovey, all that goofy ass shit. I'm not trying to hear that. Say that for kids, kiddie cartoons, Channel 5, Channel 6, Channel 7, whatever channel you want to put on that you want to be lovey-dovey and you want to show flowers and act everything's pretty in sunshine. I'm not with that goofy shit. I think every Eagle fan is for themselves, because if that's the case, every consecrator would have 1,000 subscribers. If we were all helping each other like we say we would all be on the platform supporting each other content, and yet we don't. So stop with all that goofy ass, weird talking, lovey-dovey shit. Okay? There's some Eagle fans that support people's channels, but there's a lot of them who say they do when they don't. A lot of them are fake. A lot of them buy subscribers, and a lot of them are not real with the fans. And I'll be damned if I go out like a sellout, get 1,000 subscribers, and act like everything is just good and I'm just an expert. No, I would never think that. Look, I'm not the expert. I'm not a fan. I'm not an expert. I don't try to be. I'm a fan just like everybody else. Y'all, so I don't care what anybody thinks of me. This is just a platform for me to talk and get my frustrations sometimes when it comes to Eagles and my team. Okay? I don't get paid off this, and I don't really want to get paid off this. Matter of fact, I told YouTube I don't want to be monetized. Don't monetize me. I don't want to be monetized. I don't care about being monetized. It doesn't mean nothing to me. I'd rather be able to tell the truth and not be censored than be censored and be monetized. I don't respect YouTube. Okay? This is my platform, not theirs. And I'd be damned if I go out like a sellout. I don't want 1,000 subscribers, because that means I have to be censored and nice and kiddie friendly, and I'm not that. I tell YouTube all the time I'm not kiddie friendly. Hide your kids if you watch my live stream. I'm very vulgar and I don't hold back. I do have split language, and viewers advised, just letting you know. Viewers as advised, 18 plus to watch my channel. It is what it is. Now, but I can't wait for the season. I like I said, I think that this Eagles team, I think it's going to be a lot. I think it's going to be very, very good. I have us going 15-2, and I have us winning 15 games. I think it's possible, and I think it can come true. Yo, we were so close last year in 2022, and Jalen Hurts plays those last two games. He beats the Cowboys. He beat the Saints. I probably win my bet. I probably don't put Cowboy stickers on my face. Matter of fact, I probably beat Boys for Life's bet, and he puts Cowboy stickers. Matter of fact, he probably puts Eagle stickers on his face. But Gardner Minshew fucked that up when he decided to play like shit against the Cowboys in Dallas. Everybody said he played good. No, he did not. I watched the exact same game. Oh, literally staring at a receiver and throwing the ball to him, throwing an interception. He played all right. He played okay, but he didn't play like he should have played. And in the Saints game, he played absolute garbage. You shouldn't have been on the same field. After that, he should have been cut. But it is what it is, man. I'm just happy that the season's coming soon. And it's coming fast. We're in July. You got August, September. August, I think that's when preseason starts. The first game, I think it's August 10th, August 15th, I think. Is it August 10th? Or is it August 8th? Is it 8th or 10th? It's around August that the first game of preseason starts. Training camp is around the corner. I think it's in 2 weeks. And regular season starts in September. So if you're not excited, get excited, man. I'm absolutely excited for this team. I think this team is going to do a lot of good with this new offense coordinator that we got. And I'm interested to see this offense, how this offense is going to look. You know, I really, really, really amped up for Saquon Barkley. Like, Saquon Barkley is my favorite free agent running back. Free agent pickup. I think it's my favorite free agent because I did not expect to get Saquon Barkley. And I like how Giant fans are angry. They're miserable. Let them stay miserable. They're not winning more than 5 games this year. Their quarterback sucks. Their offense is awful. Okay. Their defense, they better hope that's the only thing they have they better hope their defense can stop this offense because their offense can't score points. They're going to have to hope their defense can stop every offense from scoring points to give them a chance because if they can't do that, they're screwed. They're in a rude awakening. I got the Vikings beating them week 1. Well, you know, the rookie ain't beating them. J.J. McCarthy is going to smoke them. J.J. McCarthy is going to be ready. You got Justin Jefferson on your team, man. Dude, any rookie will look good with that receiver. He's going to have a quarterback, and the Vikings are going to be scary, man. They're going to be a scary team. You better watch out for them. Listen, the Vikings got a quarterback. I'm not afraid to say I think J.J. McCarthy is going to be very good. I think I have him as a rookie of the year. I think he's going to be rookie of the year. I do. You know, I think the Vikings, the way they drafted this kid, I think is a perfect match. It's a perfect match. And now you're going to have Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison to throw to. You got a tight end. They got weapons in Minnesota. All they needed was a quarterback. And I think they got that. And I really think J.J. McCarthy, the way he dropped was so perfect for them. Okay. So J.J. McCarthy goes to the Vikings. You know, watch out. They could be a very scary team. Very scary team. I think their rookie quarterback can definitely get in the groove. Because when you have weapons to throw to, look at C.J. Stroud when he had weapons. Okay? And you have an offensive line that you can rely on now. I think J.J. McCarthy is just going to be just fine. I think they're a scary team. I'll tell you one thing. I think the Vikings are going to be a team that we have to watch out for. I think they can definitely take the division. I think it's going to be the Packers. I think the Lions. I think the Lions fall back in reality a little bit. I think it's going to be the Vikings and the Packers for the division, and I think the Vikings run away with it. That's my prediction right there. My pure NFL my bold prediction right there. The Vikings will win their division. JJ McCarthy will be the Vikings quarterback, rookie of the year, and will have a game managing great season. I think that he's going to have everything around him, and I think with the coach that he has, with who's going to use him, use his strengths. I like their coach. I think that they're off. They just needed a quarterback, and I think JJ McCarthy is going to show that. I do. Listen, why not? If CJ Stroud can do that, right, and everybody keeps on saying, you know, what's the name? The Vikings quarterback, not the Vikings, the Commanders quarterback is going to be. Why can't JJ McCarthy not be in that conversation, right? If we're going to sit there and say that the Commanders quarterback's going to have a CJ Stroud type year, then the hell, let's put JJ McCarthy in there. Why not? No, I just think he's going to have a good year. I just think that with the Vikings just signing Justin Jefferson to a deal, now you got your receivers locked up. Jordan Addison's still in a rookie deal. Okay, and you're going to have a weapons to throw to. So I mean, and JJ McCarthy. One thing about him is he played in real competition. He played in real competition. He played in very good schools. I mean, played against very good schools, and he played in a good school, and won a national. I think won a championship with the Michigan Wolverines. I think he won the championship with the Wolverines. Yeah, didn't they win their didn't they win everything? They won the whole thing, right? Yeah. Weren't they? I don't think they were they. I don't know. I know they won. I know they were they were a very good team. And I watched JJ McCarthy a lot when it came to college football. He got a good arm. He got a good arm. He's very poised. He's young. He's going to make going to make sometimes bonehead decisions, but he's very athletic, and he can use his legs. And I think that's going to be a benefit for the Vikings. And I think you're going to see that week 1 versus the Giants. They're going to use his legs against the Giants team, and that Giants team's not going to be able to handle it. Giants talk about JJ McCarthy ain't beating us. Dude, JJ McCarthy's going to rip them apart, man. I think the Giants lose that game. I got the Giants getting spanked by the Vikings. If the Kirk Cousins could spank, the Kirk Cousins didn't beat the Giants. Well, no, did he beat the Giants? No, I don't think they played him. But JJ McCarthy, I think, is a lot better quarterback than Kirk Cousins. When it's all said and done, I think he'll be a lot better quarterback. I'm not going to say now because we haven't seen him play. Maybe JJ McCarthy's a bust. Maybe he's another Mitch Trubisky. I like JJ McCarthy. I think he's very talented. But we'll see. We'll see. I think JJ McCarthy is going to be a problem for a lot of teams. I want to change the background. Let's see something. Yeah, I was trying to change the background, the title. It's supposed to say Dan Sillio posed by ec1 / Eagles Talk, and obviously the fucking title did not do what I was saying because it says on Twitter Dan Sillio it gets posed by ec1. No, that's not what the stream was supposed to say. It's supposed to say ec1 Dan Sillio gets posed by ec1 / Eagles Talk with ec1, and the fucking dumb shit title forgot to fucking put the other shit as the title. Fucking annoying. So now I can't, and I had to the only way I can change it if I end the stream or I reschedule for another. Man, I ain't doing all that shit. So fuck the title, man. But yeah, that was supposed to be the title, man. So I apologize for the mistitle, the misinformation of the title. It wasn't just a Dan Siegel reaction. Okay, I did part of it. Go back in my early videos if you want to watch it. Expose it for a little bit, and then I got to better things because I got better things to do than talk about him. Okay, the only time I talked about him was to make a point that people watching him is just a fit in his narrative and giving him views. You know, the clown thinks that Saquon Barkley can't stay healthy, which dude missed 4 games in his whole career as a Giant. Missed 1 year of football with ACL. So where do you get that information from? And he was telling quarterback rankings from MVP rankings and how many pluses and shit like that. Whatever, bro. Oh, so it is what it is, man. All these Giant fans are telling me Saquon's going to get injured. Yeah, dude, let them. Let them. These Giant fans have nothing to talk about. Their quarterback is terrible. The only thing they can talk about is the rookie receiver and Brian Burns. That's the only thing. They got nothing to say. Listen, they should be embarrassed that the Hard Knocks even representing them right now because they're getting exposed for being a trash organization. Their organization is so disruptive, it's not even funny. It's disruptive. It's not worth being part of. If you're a Giant player and you look at this organization, what are you saying about this organization? That this organization has to be a clown show. How can you sit there and say Saquon Barkley, your best player that you ever had in your franchise, is not only worth $7 million, but we don't consider him as a top running back. And that's what the GM for the Giants said, pretty much. That Saquon Barkley is a equivalent bum who can't stay healthy. This man missed 4 games. And you paid a bum who's your quarterback. Make that make sense for me. And then you go and sign another bum and a running back in Devin Singletary, who had since he left the Bills in the trade, I believe. Who's 27. So again, it makes no sense what the Giants did. But they're a franchise that's never shocked me from stupidity. Okay? They never shocked me from stupidity. They always been a stupid franchise. Stupid, dumb franchise that ran by dumb GMs and dumb coaches and dumb owners like John Mara, who didn't have the balls to say, you know what? No, we're paying Saquon Barkley. You're going to get that deal done. And if you don't get that deal done, you will be fired. Oh, I just want Saquon back. You know, that's all he does. He act like, he was being told, like he allowed his GM to boss him around. You the damn owner. If you wanted Saquon back, you could have made it happen. Trust and believe you could have. But, they didn't want Saquon back. Or no, they couldn't afford Saquon Barkley because, they paid Daniel Jones, which I told Giant fans, you can't get mad at Saquon then. Don't get mad at Saquon. Get mad at your GM. Why is your GM sitting there on TV in a Hard Knocks episode saying that Saquon Barkley is not I'm not, he's only worth $7 million. Look, dude, the shit that he said is ridiculous, man. And yet they want to tell me that this Giants team is going to get better. Not under him, they're not. That Giants team is a complete fraud. Every one of them is a fraud. Daniel Jones is a fraud. Matter of fact, he's a thief. He stole money. He's a fraud. Joe Shane's a fraud. John Mara is a fraud. The whole Giants team's a fraud. Their fans are frauds. They claim that they're winners. No, you're not. You haven't won shit since 2012. How are you winners? We got more Super Bowl rings than you do. Man, shut up. Last time you won a Super Bowl, I was 10 years old and I was 12 years old. So really, shut up. The helmet catch has not been around for a while yet. Okay? So you can stop at that. Plaxico Burress and Jeremy Shockey have not been on your team for a long time, bro. Sit down and be quiet. Again, man. It's ridiculous, bro. It's asinine that Giant fans have the audacity to talk success with me. Don't. It would look bad on you. It would look bad on you. Your team is not successful. You're no different than the goddamn Commander fans talking about their success. And they haven't done shit since the fucking 90s. Same as the Dallas Cowboys. 3 of the NFC teams have not done shit since. One of them has been the 2000. The other one has been the 90s. The early 2000s. 2012 and 2010 was the last Super Bowl hurrah. But since then, you've done nothing. It's hilarious, man. And they think they're intimidating us by showing clips of their the defensive guys. Brian Burns trying to act like he's Spider-Man. The only thing he's going to look like is a guy that gets shut down and put on his back by Lane Johnson. Because you're not touching Jalen Hurts. You're just not. That offense is going to prevent them from touching him. They're not going to get to Jalen Hurts. They're not going to sniff Jalen Hurts. They're not going to have time to sniff the detergent that comes off Jalen Hurts' jersey after during game time. They're not going to have time to do that. They're going to be on their back, lady style, on their back, breaststroking. You know what I'm saying? So again, like these Giant fans, man, they're pathetic. They're losers, and they cry too much, and they're a bunch of whiners, and they wish injuries on players that done more for their franchise and made them somewhat irrelevant. The only reason why they talk about the Giants is because of Saquon. Because after that, no one really talks about the Giants. They're irrelevant. They're a dumpster fire. They're a flat-out disgraceful team. They don't know how to win, and the GM is a complete idiot, moron. Okay? The GM don't know how to run a franchise, and the owner don't know how to run a franchise. John Mara can't get his GM right. John Mara is hoping that GM knows what he's doing, but he don't. I tell you he don't. Trying to find the yeah. So I mean, dude said. I mean, who would you say would go sign a running back to that dollar amount? Well, Howard Roseman thought Saquon was worth more than $7 million. I mean, these guys are acting like Saquon Barkley is 32 years old and is washed. 27 years old. These guys running around here like they're in the dollar store. You are a fucking NFL franchise. You have not won shit since Eli Manning was your last quarterback, and you want to play dollar menu tree, McDonald, a dollar menu. You want to act like everything is too expensive, but you were willing to pay Daniel Jones $40 million, but you weren't willing to pay Saquon Barkley. You weren't willing to pay your safety who walked to the Packers. Make that make sense for me. The Giants GM, I said, is going to be fired like John Robinson. I got a video. I'm trying to figure out when to put it out. I still got work on making it, but I got a video where I said in my video with AJ Brown, Tennessee Titan fans were telling me that this guy ain't going to be nothing, and I said, watch what AJ Brown does in Philadelphia. I knew that guy was going to rip that Tennessee Titans team apart. I made a preview, which I didn't get any views. I don't care. Where I said AJ Brown was going to haunt that team. And a lot of people call me crazy for saying that. But AJ Brown went off. So I'm telling you right now, Saquon Barkley is going to go off on that Giants team. You watch, and you will see why the Giants are a dumb, stupid, incompetent franchise. They don't know how to win. They're not a winning franchise. They're a loser. They're disgraceful. They're sorry. And they're weak. And they fucking suck. And they're horrible. And they don't know how to build a franchise. They don't know how to win as a franchise. They sign players and they don't know how to use. They don't know how to work, keep guys happy. They rely on trades. Joe Shane trades for all these guys, and he trades for Brian Burns, and he should have traded for a running back. He should have traded for an offensive lineman. He trades for Brian Burns. Why didn't you trade for a receiver? Why didn't you trade for an offensive line? Why didn't you go out and get Derrick Henry? Why didn't you get DeAndre Swift? Because they don't know how to win. They want to make flashy moves. That's great and fine. That's not how you win. That's how the Bills ran in the franchise. That's why they're losers still. They go out and make a move for Stephon Diggs, and it still don't help them. They go out and make moves, and they still can't get past a AFC Championship game. You are running the same franchise like the Bills did, and that's not how you run a franchise, especially in NFC. When you have Howie Roseman, who's continued to be the best GM in football, making moves, continue to make moves, and you're not on his level. Joe Shane isn't on Howie Roseman's level when it comes to trades. You gave way too much. Matter of fact, you gave way too much money to Brian Burns. You overpaid him. You lost your star safety. You drafted the rookie safety that I like. I mean, dude from Minnesota, he's good. He will be good, hopefully. But Nolan Johnson will ruin him. He might be good if he was on a better franchise. I don't think he will be good with the Giants, though. Giants don't know how to develop anybody. Their franchise is a joke. You know, it is what it is, man. I'm not scared of that Giants team one bit. I don't think they're scary. I don't take them seriously. They keep on telling me about their players that they got. You got one fucking player, and that's Brian Burns. I'm not scared of Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence don't do nothing against us. Matter of fact, I think we own him. I think we own him like every other Giant player on that team. You do nothing against the Eagles team. Matter of fact, you sit there and do nothing. Your franchise is a joke. We don't take you seriously. So you can post all the GIF memes. You can post all the comments you want about how you're going to do this. You're not going to do nothing. Your team can't cash the checks that you're cashing right now. Your team can't do what you're talking about because your team ain't on their level like we are. We're on a different level than we are. We're on a different level. We're trying to win a championship, and you're trying to stay out the basement. That's your goal. Or try to get in the basement, as the Giants, I would say. Because when we're making moves, y'all barely making moves. You look at the moves that you made. Most of them are offensive linemen that are backups. You didn't improve that offensive line. You got no legit running back that I'm supposed to be scared of. I'm not scared of Singletary. They don't scare me. He doesn't frighten me. I'm more scared of Saquon Barkley on your franchise than I am Singletary being your franchise running back. Because with Saquon, you had to worry about him getting out that backfield and scoring touchdowns on you. Now I don't have to worry about that now. I got him in Philadelphia, and I don't got to worry about you. Now, only thing I got to do is stack the boxes and hope Daniel Jones knows how to throw the football. The way to stop the Giants this year is simple. Take away the receiver. I'm not scared of your receivers. You got none. You got a rookie receiver who I just take away. Bye-bye. Smack you around. And that's what the Eagles are going to do to the Giants. They're going to smack the Giants around. You think you're on our level? You think you're playing with us this year? I don't give a shit how many defensive players you get. You are not on our level, sir. I don't care any Giant. I want a Giant fans to understand something. You don't have the same type of defense that we do. You don't have the same secondary that we do. You don't have the same offense that we do. You don't have the same firepower to score points that we do. You're nothing to us. We treat you like bitches each and every year, and we're going to slap you like every year like a bitch. We treat you like a hoe. Put our, you know what, up your ass, and you do nothing. Jalen Hurts is going to shit over the Giants. A.J. Brown is going to rip apart the Giants. Someone told me about Banks. He shut down A.J. Brown. What? Some Giant fan told me, well, Banks shut down A.J. Brown. Bro, I don't think A.J. Brown even took that dude seriously. And I don't think Banks was on A.J. Brown, dumbass. He was on, and this Giant fan was telling me on Twitter, well, he was on A.J. Brown. He was, and I like Banks from Maryland. Is that who you talk about, Maryland, the bank cornerback? Bro, come on, man. Most of the time, he wasn't even on A.J. Brown. He was on the third string receiver, or he was on Devontae Smith. And Devontae Smith burned him. So what was he talking about? Yeah, you got one lead corner. Too bad your other three secondary pieces on your team is terrible. You're starting a bunch of rookies. And you got a brand new defense coordinator, a questionable GM that might get fired like John Robinson Jr. That's why I call him, because he will get fired. I'm calling it this year. He will be fired by the time he played. I think he gets fired by the end of the Eagles game. And when the Giants see Saquon Barkley, when John Mara sits and watches Saquon Barkley rip, and I mean rip, that Giants team around, oh, he going to fire him. If you don't think John Mara is not going to fire Joe Shane, if Saquon goes off the way I think he will, I think John Mara will fire Joe Shane. I think if it gets that bad and embarrassing, and I think Saquon's going to embarrass the Giants. I think Saquon's going to mark it down on his calendar, and I think Saquon's going to rip that defense apart, treat them like punks that they are, treat them like sorry losers they are, realize that team didn't want to pay him, and put his foot up their ass and fucking send them home with an L. I think the Giants are in a rude awakening. And I don't care what any Giant fans say. You're seeing Saquon Barkley twice, and you're losing to Saquon Barkley twice, whether you like it or not. And there's nothing you can do about it. The only thing you can do is hope and pray that Daniel Jones somehow can score points. And I don't see how he's going to do that. Your defense ain't going to stop that offense from scoring points. No way in hell is going to happen. The Giants will fire John Mara will fire his GM this year. Joe Shane will be a dead duck in the goose pot by the time the Eagles play. Matter of fact, after the Eagles play. Because if it can happen in Tennessee with one game with A.J. Brown ripping apart, if it can happen in Philadelphia with A.J. Brown ripping apart the Tennessee Titans and them firing their GM, it can happen to the Giants GM too. Because those moves right there are fireable offenses. And you told John Mara, Joe Shane, that you didn't want to pay Saquon Barkley because you think that he's not worth that type of money. You better know what the hell you're talking about. because you just allowed the Eagles to get a serious threat in the backfield that has the version of being so much better than Christian McCaffrey. I think he's better than Christian McCaffrey. I just don't think he had an offensive line. And I think that he's going to have an offensive line now. And I think it's going to be so many scary years for Giant fans to remember who Saquon is. Because they think Saquon's not going to go out there without showing them. I think Saquon's going to burst out for a 50-yard run. I think he might even score it. I think it's going to be a point where he breaks off for a 99-yard run to the house. I think you'll see that. I think Saquon's going to terrorize the Giants, and I think Joe Shane will be fired. Watching that interview sickened me. If I was a Giant fan, I'd be puking in my fucking puking down my throat. I'd be saying this dude can't be our GM. There's no way in hell you just said that. So you don't think that he was worth it. I'd be mad if I was a Giant fan. Why did you allow him to get Saquon Barkley? You telling me he's not worth something, so you'd rather sign Diggins? You better know what you're doing. You better know what you're doing. Giant fans don't want to admit that, and that's fine. Their young fan base can sit there and talk all this shit about Saquon Barkley. I bet you they ain't going to be saying that when the Giants play the Eagles, because the Eagles are going to whoop the hell out of them. We're sweeping the Giants this year. I don't know who they be thinking they are, but they are the same bum team that we beat in Christmas Eve. We ruin your Christmas. We ruin everything about you. You are nothing to us. You can't beat us. You beat us last year in a meaningless game, and you run around here like, oh, we took your season away. You didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing. It wasn't like we were getting a better season. We beat you. We were going to Tampa Bay regardless. I heard Giant fans telling me on IG, I thought we beat y'all and we took your season away. Where did you get that from? Matter of fact, we had the exact same seed. If we beat you anyway, we would just have a better record in the regular season. But it wouldn't matter. You still would have went to the exact same playoff spot in Tampa Bay on Monday Night Football as the 7th seed because we lost our season ended versus the Cardinals. We were imploding before the Cardinals game. It just finally caught up with us. That 49ers game lit our confidence down to the point where we were recovering. So you didn't do shit. But you think you did that? All right, cool. The Giants are a franchise that don't know how to win, and we're going to treat them like the bums they are. Joe Shane made the biggest mistake of his life, and he's going to pay for it with his job on the line. Joe Shane will be another, what I tell you, another what? Another what? What did I say? He will be another. Let me show you who he'll be another. He'll be another this one. He'll be another this dude. That's what he will be. He'll be another of this. When Saquon Barkley goes to MetLife and rips that team apart and then goes to Philadelphia, I mean, like, I don't know. I think we played, let me look at the schedule. We played, don't we play, the Giants come to Philadelphia, right? Or do we play them in MetLife? Which game would come first? I think it's in MetLife. Wherever it is, Saquon will rip them apart. And that GM will get fired. John Mayer will fire that GM. Mark my words. I said this about Joe Judge. I knew he was getting fired. I said he's getting fired by that season. He got fired. I said the A.J. Brown GM will get fired. I said it before the game. He got fired. Joe Shane will get fired. This is his last season. If he don't do nothing, he's getting canned. Because this is his signings that led up to this. He paid Daniel Jones when he didn't need to. He didn't want to pay Saquon. He didn't want to pay his safety. He's relying on his draft picks. He better hope they hit home. He's paying Brian Burns. He traded for Brian Burns. He traded for that tight end that's retired. These are his moves. And they have not worked out so far. He traded for Isaiah Simmons. He didn't want to go out and trade for a receiver last year. He drafted a receiver, hoping they work out. He's putting everything on his job is on the line. And that Saquon Barkley move, that was the crop of that. When he told John Mara that we'll see if we can bring him back, but no guarantees. We can't bring him back. We got to pay Daniel Jones. John Mara said, "Oh, yeah, you better hope you're right." John Mara looking at Joe Shane like, "You better hope the fuck you're right, bro. Because if that dude goes off, your job is on the line. You're gone. I'm firing you off the spot. You're fired. I'm sending you to send you outside with your stuff, and you're gone." We already know what's going to happen. I already know how this is going to turn out. Saquon Barkley is going to have a great year, and the Giant fans are going to be miserable. If you're a Giant fan, you might not want to watch the season, dude. You should not win more than 5 games this year. You look at the Giants' schedule, and I don't see how they're winning more than 5 games. They talk about their defense. Defense ain't going to help you score points, are they? And your defense ain't going to be able to carry you all the time. Okay? Your defense only could do a certain amount, but when your defense on the field 24/7, look at their schedule. Do you think they're winning these games? I got the Vikings beating them week 1. I got the Commanders beating them week 2. I got the Browns beating them week 3. I got the Cowboys beating them week 4. I got the Seahawks beating them week. So you got the Vikings week 1. Okay, that's September 8th. Sorry, I went a little too above. Okay, and then you got you got one. So yeah, you got the Vikings, Commanders, Browns. I think they lose all 3. I think they lose to the Cowboys. I think they lose to the Seahawks. I think they lose to the Bengals. That's 0-7. They're losing to the Eagles, 0-8. They're losing to the Steelers, 0-9. I think they split with Washington. So that's what, 1-9. Okay. I think they beat the Panthers. They're 2-9. Bye week 3-9. They lose to they're losing to the Bucks 3-9. I'm sorry. 3-10. 3-11. They're losing. They're getting swept by the Cowboys. They're not sweeping them. They're losing to the in the dome against Saints. They're losing to that one. So that's 3-12. 3-13. They're losing to the Ravens. They're not beating them. They're beating the Falcons. Well, who's the quarterback? No, I think they'll lose to the Falcons. I think it'll be too much for them. I got the Falcons pulling an upset. So that's 3-15. Is that 3-14 now? They're losing to the Colts. That's 3-15. And they're losing to the last game against the Eagles. So they pretty much are losing every game, and they might win maybe 3 games. I don't see them beating the Vikings week 1. They're not winning that game. I don't care if it's in MetLife. The Vikings are going to go in there. They're going to whoop their asses. They're going to handle their first out. You got Justin Jefferson. You got Jordan Addison. You got the only thing I can say is a young rookie quarterback making mistakes. But I think they're going to limit his mistakes. You know? Okay. And you got they got better with the running game. I think it's going to be a tough game for them. I don't think they win that game. They're not going to score more. They're not going to be the same offense to score points like they have. Okay. They're going to have to rely on Malik Neighbors, and it's not going to work out for them. So that's an L. That's an L. They don't know how. They're not going to be able to score points. Okay. They're not winning games. I don't see 5 games where they win. They have a hard schedule. And they did not improve at all. They're hoping they did. They didn't. They have a bunch of rookie players that they have to hope they can pan out. Okay? And some of these experienced veterans that they have, that they drafted, maybe they have to hope Banks improves in the second year. But I think he's going to struggle. And I think Daniel Jones is going to stink. And I think he's going to be worse than what he was before. And I think they're going to put too much pressure on him. And I think you're going to need these commentators talk about the offensive line and how bad it is. And I think these guys are just going to be horrible. I don't think they'll win more than 5 games. I see you exposing someone. Yeah, I'm exposing the whole Giants fan base right now. So again, I mean, dude, the Giants are terrible. They're a franchise they're ready for disaster. And it's not me saying this, it's the moves are saying this. They have not made one quality move that has solidified that running back position. They've not upgraded over Saquon Barkley. I don't think they have a quarterback. I think Drew Lock might be a better option than Daniel Jones. They rely on a rookie receiver. I don't think he's going to be what everybody thinks he is. I think that what he did at LSU is great and fine, but let me tell you something. This is an NFL, and I think he's going to have to go through growing pains. Do I think he's going to be good? I think he'll be good in the second year, but I don't think he's going to be a star receiver like an Odell Beckham Jr., where he's catching one-hand catches in the end zone. No, I don't think he'll be that. Okay? I think their secondary is going to be a little weak, right? You lose a great safety, and you think a rookie is going to replace that? Look how C.J. Gardner-Johnson affected us. It's not easy to replace that. You can't replace a ball hawk safety. McKinley was their star, heart and soul, and their captain. And they think a rookie's going to replace that? They think a rookie's going to replace that? You think a rookie is going to replace those type of losses that you lost in free agency? If you thought C.J. Gardner-Johnson was worse for the Eagles when losing him, which was horrible, and we lost him and we found out the way, you can't replace that. We tried to trade for a player and it didn't work for us. And that was Byard. So again, the Giants are going to rely on another rookie safety, like we've relied on rookie Simi Brown to be our guy, and it didn't work. Okay? So again, it's going to fall on their face. And this is going to be up to Joe Schoen. And Joe Schoen is going to lose his job. Because another GM's going to have to come in there and they're going to have to fix his mistakes. Oh, we saw Daniel. Look at Daniel Jones' contract. Oh, no, we can't have that. Another GM's going to have to come in there and fix Joe Schoen's this disgusting contract that Daniel Jones signed. He's not worth that type of money. And unfortunately, they can't do nothing because they ran out of money. Or if they do have some money, they're not making moves. They're not going out there. Why aren't they going out there and signing Isaiah? They could go out there and sign Isaiah Simmons. They could go get a Justin Simmons if they want to upgrade that safety position. They're not going to do that because their GM is not a winner. The GM is known to lose. The GM is coming from a losing organization like the Bills, who never won shit. They're a playoff choke artist team. And the Giants are a franchise that are a dumpster fire. The Eagles are going to run away with this division. I don't think the Giants are competitive. I don't think they're going to win more than I don't think they might go on. They might go on a undefeated losing streak. They might not win any game. They might go 0-17 this year. That's how bad they are. I don't think they've gotten better. I think the Commanders will be better than them. I think the Cowboys will definitely be better than them. And I think the Eagles will be better than them. I think they're going to be in their self-class of being the worst in the division yet again. Daniel Jones is trash. He is trash. And they didn't do nothing to build around him. You know, Joe Schoen talked about he's going to build around Daniel. What did you do to help him? You didn't do nothing. Giving him a great running back like Saquon Barkley helps Daniel Jones, does it not? You know, but listen, I'll take a Saquon Barkley. One Saquon Barkley coming up with a young Jalen Hurts who needs, he needs some pressure taken away from him. So let's give him a Saquon Barkley. I love what Harry Roseman did. Harry Roseman went out and said, you know what, my quarterback needs some running game. Let me go get him a Saquon Barkley. Let me go get him some help. Let me not stop ignoring that position and upgrade that position. Let me go out and stop trying to find a cheap running back that I could, maybe get a draft pick here and there. No, let me go out there and get a real legit star running back that can help my football team. And that's what he did. And I like Swift, but he's not better than Saquon. Saquon is 10 times better than Swift. Saquon can do a lot more than Swift can. Not saying Swift I won't miss. I like Swift. I think we didn't use him right. But Saquon Barkley is elite. You talk about Saquon Barkley, you put him in the top 3 conversation as an all-pro running back. Okay, when you talk about running backs in the NFL, it's Saquon Barkley, it's Christian McCaffrey, and after that, there's a question mark. I'm sorry, Derrick Henry probably. Okay, so to act like Saquon Barkley fell off, it's ludicrous and it's silly. And they're going to find real quick what Saquon Barkley has been dealing with, and that was no offensive line. And Saquon's going to realize, oh shit, I got an offensive line now. Now look at me. Watch me do this now. We've never seen Saquon Barkley have an offensive line that's good. And the Giants, you know what? They can talk all they want. They didn't help their running back out. Joe Shane will be fired, man. He will get put on blast. He would get exposed like John Robinson. And that's the truth. Joe Shane is a complete doofus. He don't know what he's doing. You can't build around a quarterback that's not a good quarterback. He's not a good quarterback. Daniel Jones is terrible. The only thing you can hope for Daniel Jones is hope that he's an offensive line. But he's done nothing to help Daniel Jones. To give him a less of a running back than what you had with Saquon Barkley is downgrading and not really helping your quarterback that you say you're supposed to help. To say that you don't want to give Daniel Jones an elite running back because you're paying him more, it's ludicrous. Because we're still paying Jalen Hurts. He still has a high contract, but yet we're still finding ways to build around him. That's what good franchises do. They build around their quarterback. Howie Roseman realized Jalen Hurts needs a running back that can help him take pressure away from him. What does he do? He goes out and gets Saquon. Okay? Because the truth is, quarterbacks need a running game. No matter what quarterback you are, whether you're the best quarterback in the league, you need a running game. You cannot throw 40 to 50 times and expect to win. That's why we were struggling last year. Because we didn't know how to run the ball. Because we didn't have a running back. When we had DeAndre Swift, but we didn't want to use him. Hopefully, I would think you would use Saquon Barkley because you just paid him. I think you will. But Saquon's 10 times better than Swift. I like Swift, but he's not better than Saquon. Saquon is a complete star running back. And I do think he's better than Christian McCaffrey. I'll tell you right now, he's better than Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey's not having these type of breakout runs like Saquon did. You put Saquon Barkley on that 49ers team right now, they're freaking scoring points just as good as Saquon on just with Christian McCaffrey. Saquon might even do more with the 49ers offense, honestly. Not taking away from Christian McCaffrey. I like Christian McCaffrey, but I don't think he's on Saquon's level. I don't. I look at Saquon as a star Hall of Fame running back. I look at him as a complete star Hall of Fame running back. I think that if Christian McCaffrey was on the Giants, I don't think he can take that offensive line like Saquon did and get some runs out of that. I don't. He couldn't do it with the Panthers. Saquon was able to take that trash offense and still make it at least watchable. So again, I think he's a lot better than Christian McCaffrey. Not saying Christian McCaffrey's bad, but I think I take Saquon any day over Christian McCaffrey. And I think with him with the offensive line, it's going to show real quick who has a better talent. It's not even going to be close. I think Saquon's the best running back in this division. And I think people are sleeping on him, and I love it. And I think it's going to be beautiful when you wake up and you have to realize, oh, shit, I got to play Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith today? Oh, my team can't stop them? It's going to be 3rd and 1. You can't get off the damn field because we're going to run that ball down your throat, and you're going to have to do nothing but hope and pray that your defense can make a stop. You ain't going to be able to do that. Oh shit! Here comes Jalen Hurts running. I forgot we have to worry about Jalen Hurts too. It's going to be too much for defenses, man. I'm telling you. If you think this defense is going to be able to stop this offense from scoring points, I'm telling you really real quick, some of these defenses are going to struggle. Okay, some of these defenses are going to be struggling, and it's going to show quickly. The Packers are going to learn real quick. You know what I'm saying? I think that we're gonna go in the first week, and I think Saquon's gonna go off on them. I think your offense is gonna be put on display what we can do to you. How do you want to lose? Look, we ran with Miles Sanders, who's an average back, who really isn't even on Saquon's level. And he had a great offensive coordinator with great offensive coordinators who could call plays and all that shit. And our offense was scoring, flying high and all that shit. And be able to score a lot of points. What do you think we're going to do with Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Smith? It's up to the coaches at this point. You put all the players around him, it's up to Kellen Moore. And I think Kellen Moore is going to take that, and I think he's going to run away with it. I think he's going to run away with this offense, and I think he's going to make this offense so much dangerous. I think he's going to make it more dangerous than what it was in 2022. I think Kellen Moore doesn't get the respect that he deserves, and I think people need to stop disrespecting Kellen Moore like he's a goddamn bum, like he doesn't know what he's doing, okay? Because Kellen Moore has shown many times that he can take a guy like Dak Prescott, who's overrated, who's not even good, who's 2-5 in the damn playoffs, and make him a decent quarterback. Okay? And that's the truth. Kellen Moore is going to have an opportunity to have one of the best offense that he's ever had coaching. Okay? I think a great quarterback coach that you brought in, Doug Sumahan, whatever you call him, I like him. He's very knowledgeable. When you hear him, I don't like his voice. I don't like how he sounds like a smoker when he talks. But I don't care about that shit. He's knowledgeable. He knows what he's doing. He's been around for years. You didn't hire a guy like you did last year. Okay? A third-string quarterback, a backup who's holding the clipboard that you want to promote as a quarterback coach. And Alex Tanney should have never been a quarterback coach in the first place. That was a disaster. Mixed with Brian Johnson, incompetent, college-orientated, horrible. I can't call plays to save my life. Being the offensive coordinator I am, given the chance that I am, can't call shit. In the exact same conversation, in the same building with Alex Tanney, who sucks as a quarterback, couldn't do shit, and was promoted. And then you had Sean Desai, who sucks as a defense coordinator, can't call plays to save his life. And then you got Matt Patricia, who's a horrible defense coordinator, got fired by New England, then got hired by the Lions. Got hired by the Lions. Before that was a defense coordinator for the New England Patriots. Only knows one way, can't get along with players, and you thought this shit was supposed to work? And then you got a puppet head coach, Nick Sirianni, who should be fired still, but still not fired yet. I don't know why. I guess they like him. I don't know. Every time I hear him, he sounds like a doofus. He sounds like he don't know what he's saying. And I think he just repeats shit that everybody else says. Okay? So again, I think that when you have great offensive coaches and great coaches in the building, which we do have now, I think your team is going to be successful for a long time. And I think it's it's going to be successful for this year, especially. Okay? Fuck it. Sorry about that. The fans. Okay, because Kellen Moore is a better offense coordinator than, in my opinion, than Brian. Well, he's way better than Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson's hard. Okay, and Cowboy fans can tell me all they want. Dak Prescott is terrible. Dude, I don't give a shit what Dak Prescott had. Dak Prescott couldn't do shit last year, and he can't do shit now. So shut the hell up with the Kellen Moore excuses, because Kellen Moore wasn't the problem last year when Dak fucking stunk up the joint and went 2-5 in the damn playoffs. Matter of fact, no, he was 2. Was he? So yeah, he'll be 2-6 this year. Because I always count Dak Prescott's years of missing the playoffs before the season starts. Just like I said last year, 2-5 in the beginning of the season. I'm saying again, he'll be 2-6 this year as a starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. Yet again, missing the divisional round, and this time we'll be with the number 1 seed. All right, but again, it's up to coaching. I could see the Eagles. I think I read that. But no, I mean, dude, like I look at the schedule, and I don't see the Giants winning more than 5 games. I think the Vikings beat the Giants. I think the Commanders beat the Giants the first game. I think the Browns are going to beat the Giants. I think the Cowboys beat the Giants. I think Seahawks beat the Giants. I think the Bengals beat the Giants. I think the Eagles beat the. Matter of fact, I know the Eagles. I know all these teams are going to beat the Giants. The Steelers are going to beat the Giants. Commanders might sweep the Giants this year. I think they're more improved than the Giants are. Okay? But they'll probably split with the Giants. I can see that maybe the Panthers beating the Giants, but I think the Panthers lose to the Giants. I don't think the Panthers are good. But neither are the Giants. So, I mean, who knows? I got the Bengals, got the Bucks beating the Giants. I got the Cowboys beating the Giants and sweeping them. I got the Saints beating the Giants. I got the Ravens beating the Giants. I got the Falcons surprisingly beating the Giants. Because I think by then Michael Penix Jr. will be starting. And I think they'll struggle with rookie quarterbacks. I think the Colts beat the Giants, and I think the Eagles. Last game, I think Pickett beats the Giants. Okay? And then I look at the Cowboys schedule. And I'm not really scared of them either. I think they go 11-5. I had my prediction. 11-5. I think they lose to the Browns. I think they lose to the Saints. I think they lose to the Ravens. I think they beat the Giants. I think they lose to the Steelers. I think they lose to the Lions. I think it's a bye week. I think they lose to the 49ers. I think they beat the Falcons. They lose to the Eagles. They're losing to the Houston Texans. They beat the Commanders. Okay? They beat the Giants. They sweep them. They lose to the Bengals. They beat the Panthers because they'll beat bad teams. Dak will go over 4,000 yards on them, okay, and score 4 touchdowns on them or 5 touchdowns. They don't act like he's MVP when he's not, okay. He'll beat. You'll lose to the Buccaneers. You'll lose to the Eagles, and then you'll beat the Commanders in the middle of this game. But Dak will be MVP conversation. Oh, Dak should be MVP. Look how many bad teams he's beaten. Now look at the good teams he's beaten. Oh wait, none. He's still not beat a team over 500. But I had the Cowboys going 11-5 if CeeDee Lamb is back. And I included CeeDee Lamb because I didn't think they would by then would have not paid CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb might not even want to play there anymore. That's how bad they are. Okay, they're another franchise that don't know how to win. All right, they're a franchise that have not won shit since 1998 was the last time they won shit. Barry Switzer was the last head coach. So again, man, I don't take them seriously either. They're a franchise that don't know how to win. And then you got the Commanders, and I have them. I have them struggling a little bit. I think the Buccaneers are a loss. I think they beat the Giants. I think they lose to the Bengals. I think they lose to the Cardinals. I think they lose to the Browns. I think they lose to the Ravens. So right there, that's 1-4. Because I have them only beating the Giants so far. I think the Panthers get them. I think the Bears beat them. I think the Giants beat them. I think the Steelers beat them. Well, no, I'm sorry. I think the Commanders will sweep the Giants. Excuse me. So that's 2 wins. I think they lose to the Eagles. I think they lose to the Cowboys. I think they lose to the Titans. Bye week. They lose to the Saints. They lose to the Eagles again. We're sweeping them. And then they lose to the Falcons. I think by then Michael Penix Jr. will be playing, and they'll have an offense because Kirk Cousins will be benched. But I can see them beating. Matter of fact, I think they'll beat the Falcons, and I think they lose to the Cowboys. So again, those are my predictions, and I stay with that. All right, I stay with that. I don't care what anybody says. I got my team going 15-2. I got the Cowboys going 11-5. I got the Giants going 3-15. 3-15. Yeah, so 3-15. Wait. Would be 3-15. Let's see. Would it be 3-15? I think it'd be somewhere around 3-15. Yeah, 3-15. And then I got the Commanders. Win a little bit more games, probably like 4. I don't know, man. I don't give a shit about these bum teams. Only thing I care about is my team. Okay, but I have them as a bad record too. I'm gonna shit with the records, which you saw. Okay, so that's my prediction, man. Because I look at the roster and I think the Commanders have a better roster than the Giants. I think they've done more. Okay, I like their GM. I like how their management is set up. I don't like their owner. Okay, I don't think basketball owners can be good NFL owners. I just don't. Okay, I don't. But I do like their GM. I do. Okay, he wasn't fooled by Howard Roseman's call. Well, he also got our player that we wanted, but he wasn't going to let Howard Roseman rip them apart. Where I think you could get to Joe Shane, you could rip him apart with stealing everything from him. I think Howard Roseman could rip Joe Shane and steal from him. Where I think in a trade talk, I don't think you could do that with the Commanders team. I think he's a little bit more smarter and brighter. I think he understands how to run the team. Okay. I like their quarterback that they drafted. I think Jaden Daniels is going to be a nice piece for them. I just don't know how they're going to build around him. I mean, if they can develop Jaden Daniels, I think he's a nice guy. I think he's going to be a nice quarterback. I think he can be a very good quarterback in this league. But again, they are known to ruin quarterbacks. So who knows? Okay. Can they develop quarterbacks? Did they finally found their quarterback after how many years of looking? Okay. Because listen, they thought Dwayne Haskins was the guy, wasn't the guy. They thought Carson Wentz was the guy, wasn't the guy. They thought Alex Smith was the guy before that, wasn't the guy. So I've heard it many times that they thought that was their quarterback, and they end up drafting another one after another. Hopefully, Jaden Daniels is their guy that they can build around and say, all right, that's our quarterback for the future down the road. Now, Jaden Daniels can use his legs. He has a big arm, and he's looking really good right now. You know what I'm saying? He was looking good in those clips. But again, those are without pads. I want to see what he does when the team actually plays him and how he will look. But I think the Commanders got a quarterback. I do. I like their quarterback a lot. I think the Giants should have did the same thing with the Commanders did and draft a quarterback. Or draft, matter of fact, draft an offensive lineman. But they draft a receiver. So it is what it is, man. I'm not too worried about it because, like I said, this Eagles team's going to go right through them like water. I don't see anybody competing against us. I really don't. Not in this division, man. I think we're going to walk away with the division easily. I do. And that's my prediction. People don't have to like it. I don't care. Okay, I got us going 15-2 because I look at our schedule and I say, who's going to stop us? Who's going to stop us? Only way only people who stop us is ourselves. Our team is the only team that can stop us. Our team. Shooting ourselves in the foot. Mental mistakes. But other than that, I'm not worried about that. So, it is what it is, man. Listen, we've been here for a while. Appreciate it for rocking with me. As always, go Birds. Flag was fly. It's been another episode of ec1 live stream, talking football. Well, hopefully talking football. Hopefully I entertained y'all. Hopefully I gave you some knowledge that you can take with you. If not, it is what it is. It's your boy ec1. I'm out. Go Birds. The flag is fly.